Thank you all for being here. This meeting of the Tennessee Higher Education Commission is called to order. Thank you all for being here. I will, for those sitting at the table, remind you that when you're speaking, because we have Mayor Wharton online, you need to press the button. Now, although logically you would think that when it's green, that would mean speak, but actually in this case, when it's red, you speak. And then when you press it again, it goes off. So I'm just reminding you all to please do that so that Mayor Wharton can hear everyone. We will first call the roll for those joining virtually. Just a reminder to please state whether there are others present in the room. Madam Secretary.
Chairwoman Scarlett.
Here.
Commissioner Allman.
Here.
Commissioner Cope. Commissioner Knight.
Here.
Commissioner Coben. Here. Commissioner Matlock. Commissioner Moser. Commissioner Stafford.
Present.
Commissioner Wharton.
Here.
Commissioner Winton. Secretary Hargett. Treasurer Lillard.
Here.
Commissioner Morrison. Comptroller Mumpower.
Here.
Chairwoman, you have 9 members present.
Wonderful, thank you so much. Next is the adoption of the agenda with no questions or objections. I will entertain a motion in a second to adopt the agenda for today's meeting.
Motion.
Second.
Madam Secretary?
Chairwoman Scarlett.
Aye.
Commissioner Allman. Commissioner Knight.
Aye.
Commissioner Coben. Commissioner Stafford. Commissioner Wharton.
Aye.
Secretary Hargett. Treasurer Lillard.
Aye.
Comptroller Mumpower.
Aye.
Chairwoman, you have 9 ayes.
Thank you so much. The next item is public comment. Mr. Sloan, have we received any requests?
Madam Chair, we have not received any requests for public comment.
Thank you. With no questions or objections, I will entertain a motion and a second to adopt the minutes from the August 17th, 2023 commission meeting.
Second.
Madam Secretary?
Chairwoman Scarlett.
Aye.
Commissioner Allman. Commissioner Knight.
Aye.
Commissioner Coben. Commissioner Stafford.
Aye.
Commissioner Wharton.
Aye.
Secretary Hargett. Treasurer Lillard.
Aye.
Comptroller Mumpower. Chairwoman, you have 9 ayes.
Wonderful, thank you so much. We will move on to minutes from October 3rd. I will entertain a motion in a second to adopt those minutes. Madam Secretary.
Chairwoman Scarlett.
Aye.
Commissioner Allman. Commissioner Knight.
Aye.
Commissioner Coben. Commissioner Stafford. Commissioner Wharton.
Aye.
Secretary Hargett. Treasurer Lillard.
Aye.
Comptroller Mumpower.
Aye.
Chairwoman, you have 9 ayes.
Wonderful, thank you so much. And now for our most anticipated item agenda, I think, for today is to have a conversation with executive director candidates. We will first hear from 2 finalists, Dr. Robert Donnelly, as well as Dr. Stephen Gentile. Our first candidate will be Dr. Donnelly. If you wouldn't mind coming to the table, it'd be great. I'll start asking a couple questions about his background. So for those of you that were not on the search committee, you'll understand a little bit about each of the candidates' background, and then open it up for broader questions from the commission, and then we will close and move forward to the next candidate. In front of you is a blue folder. Inside the blue folder, you will find Dr. Donnelly's and Dr. Gentile's credentials. And so with that, thank you very much for being here. We really appreciate you coming to town. I want to start first, if you could just give us a little bit of a rundown of your career history and what brought you to the table today. Sure. And your little red light needs to be on too.
A doctorate degree, and I can't figure that out. Okay. Well, first of all, let me thank you all for allowing me to be before you today. I know your agenda is pretty full. Let me tell you a little bit about myself. I don't know how many of you had an opportunity to go through my bio, but I'll go through this as quickly as I can to give you a comprehensive. I know you've built in some time, so I'll use a little bit of extra time to do this. I grew up in Providence, Rhode Island, one of seven children. My family lived on Federal Hill, which was the Italian section of of Providence. I attended both public and private school, Catholic high school I graduated from. I attended both Catholic and private universities. I graduated from the University of Rhode Island with a degree in political science and history and a minor in economics and education. Attended St. Joseph's College in Maine with a K-12 master's degree in education, and then Northeastern University in Boston was my doctorate. I started in state government. I actually started as an elected official. Was a nonpartisan election, constitutional convention. I'm sure some of you are very familiar with nonpartisan politics and running for election. But it was a great opportunity to really get informed about how government worked for me. I started working for the Senate Majority Leader just shortly after that, doing policy, education, healthcare policy. Then I moved on to the Secretary of State's office, and at the same time I was advising then Governor Bruce Sunland, who was actually a Constitutional Convention member. So we built a relationship. It was great. From there, I took a job. I left state government. I went to Washington, D.C., had a couple of friends who were there and asked me if I could take over a struggling organization. It was the Samaritans, a national organization with about 28 chapters throughout the U.S. It was suicide prevention. And through the Befrienders International, it was part of an international group. And that's why you may have seen in the resume that I asked the ambassador at the time, who was from England, to help support our organization in the U.S., and he and his wife agreed to do that. And really what I meant to do there was to build the infrastructure, build the financial integrity of the organization, and bring them back to strength because of all the great work that they were doing nationally and in particular in Washington, D.C. From there, I moved to Florida, and I actually had no job. I decided to move because many of my siblings were there, and I got a real estate license. I actually still have that license. It's over 25 years. But then I actually answered an ad in the newspaper, which started my higher education pursuit, and I accepted a job as the chief of staff to the president of Florida International University. Knew nothing about the university at the time, but I soon began, I really loved the work. Working with students and faculty and others, it was a great opportunity for me. I was chief of staff to the president for just a little over 5 years, and then I asked the president if I could branch out to some of the other areas so I could get more of a familiarity with the institution and the other institutions in the university system. So I did that, and it was a great opportunity. I learned all I could about business and finance and the financial operations of the institution by working for the vice president there. Public safety, housing, it was an incredible opportunity. And all of the student organizations. And then I also moved on to the provost's office, where I learned a great deal about academic affairs. Provost asked me to lead up 2 major efforts there. One was the restructuring of all of sponsored research, because they were gearing towards becoming an R1 Carnegie Research Institution. They weren't at the time. If I'm going too slow, then let me know, Madam Chair. But I think it's important to understand that, throughout my career, I was able to learn as much as I could about university operations. So it really informed me when I moved on to vice chancellor and chancellor's positions. The opportunity to work in the academic affairs area was great, because I learned a lot about medicine. I led the medical school initiative. I worked with the hospitals on our residency programs, and as I started off saying, the entire research operation needed to be overhauled it was interesting because, and those of you who are in the research sector would know this at the university, many of the folks who were working on pre and post research, they weren't informed about federal regulations, OMB standards, circulars, and the like. So it was a complete overhaul and training for those folks. And again, really informed me. And I got involved heavily in the campus safety and security, started with my work at FIU, and then moved on. The provost that I was working for became the chancellor of the system. As you probably know through history, they made some changes in the governance structure at Florida, in the Florida system. So he became one of the first chancellors. Asked me to come along with him. The system was somewhat looking for some direction. It was somewhat disorganized at the time. So what we tried to do was to bring some commonality to the system, and that was we held a major meeting with all of the institutions in Orlando, and it was the first time that this had ever been done. To get the chairs of all of the institutions, the chairs of the boards, and the presidents together to talk about communication among the institutions and budget. Because at that time, because of the governance structure change and because there was no real central effort even at the board office, many of the presidents went directly to the legislature to lobby for their projects that they were interested in. So there was some, not enough control. From there, I moved on from the chancellor's office. After 3 years, I went to Iowa and became the executive director in SHIO for the state of Iowa. We had about 82,000 students in the system, a budget of about $5.7 million, and we also were in charge of the UIHC system, which is the healthcare system run by the Iowa Hospital and Clinics and the medical school. I worked very closely in Iowa with Governor Branstad and Kim Reynolds, and very similar to what you're doing here in this state is the governor and now the governor, Kim Reynolds, who was lieutenant governor at the time, really had an understanding of the importance of tying economic development and educational attainment. We met regularly. We had a governor's review commission, and that was with my K-12 partners and the community colleges and the Iowa Student Aid Commission, which is very similar to the Student Aid Commission here, and authorizing proprietary schools and student scholarships. I was a commissioner on that. While I was executive director, I was also a commissioner on that Iowa Student Aid Commission. One of the, I think, hallmarks of or the thing I'm really, proud of was that when I arrived in Iowa, I built a partnership with the minority leaders in both houses and the majority leadership, which actually changed just months after I got there. And I was proud of that because there were a number of folks in the legislature who wanted to see a governance change in the system. And I said, please, I've only been here for a few months, and give me an opportunity to understand what it is that we're doing. I understand that there's duplication in the system. I understand that articulation agreements are not where you would like them to be. And there were questions, everything from, as I mentioned, duplication to should we allow professors to have tenure? So there were a number of things, and at that very same time, we were dealing with FEMA issues because there was a 500-year flood that was on its way to Iowa City, and it had a major impact on the city. The city was flooded, so it was bringing in FEMA officials and trying to mitigate FEMA damage at the same time that the legislature was asking me to do a number of things. Anyway, the partnership that I built with the minority leaders and the majority leaders in both houses was very beneficial to me because that partnership allowed me to take a step back, get some of those folks involved in what I wanted to do, and we started a very comprehensive study of every single aspect of the Regent's enterprise. And you'll see that in the tier study. I only highlighted it somewhat in my resume. But I say it was comprehensive because we took a look at a lot of the demands that were coming from the institutions about not having enough space. Space utilization is always a major question. So whether we renovate the space or build new space, tenure, as I mentioned, was an issue. There was little or no tenure review process that was in the system. And so this tier study looked at capital, it looked at facilities, it looked at the academic enterprise for the most part, and then the university operations. The success of the tier study, in which we saved about $50 million in recurring dollars on a year-to-year basis. We overhauled the academic enterprise, as I mentioned, and we were able to do away with a number of duplications within the system and get the institutions to work more collaboratively when they were putting degree programs together. And because of the cost of those programs, particularly in the sciences, STEM areas, and engineering, as you know, the cost of hiring those faculty is very, very high. Also, we saved about $175 million in early retirement. And as I mentioned, we found out that we had, instead of having what the presidents had termed not enough space in the system, we found out that we had between 25 and almost 30% in parts of the campuses, but overall, at least 20% utilization of underutilized space. And it wasn't just the space that was the Monday to Friday space that I'm sure many of you have heard about when you have the discussions about space utilization. It was a comprehensive effort. So overall, we probably saved about $250 million. Then I left there and went to, after 10 years, back to Florida International University at the request of the president. And he asked me to focus on a number of things, but in particular, how would we get the current strategic plan more aligned with the state performance funding model? And in doing so, how do we boost student success? So use the current plan, make whatever changes you need to in the system, and approach it that way, while at the same time, our governor, or I should say our governors, were all very interested in the rankings. And as you probably know, Florida is #1 in U.S. News and World Report, and that's probably because of the intense effort and the amount of money that the legislature has put forward. But not only is it #1, they really have strengthened the system in terms of student success initiatives and in terms of more students graduating, in terms of getting business and industry more involved in what education was doing. So it was very successful. FIU in particular, because I worked there. When I started, we were at 105. Our number was 105 public. Today, they're at number 64 on their way to top 50, which is part of the overall strategic plan. So very proud of that. And I know that's been long and I hope comprehensive. And that's, yeah, sure, I'll stop there.
Press my button.
Sure.
Why is this role of interest to you at this point?
Well, I've always admired what you have done in Tennessee. When I was chair of the SHIO, we had several meetings and looked at the Tennessee model because a number of states were looking, and even prior to, I was on the executive committee for a number of years. We were looking at a national attainment level that needed to be increased. Many of the states had not even set an attainment level, including Iowa. And we knew we had to do it. There was some seed money from the Gates Foundation, as you know, and Lumina Foundation, which really spearheaded the effort. But it wasn't just setting an attainment level. It was how are you going to do it? And what resources do you have available at your disposal over and above what the Gates and the Lumina Foundation or maybe some state resources that might be used? And why do you want to do it? What was the reason to do it? And really educating the institutions and all of higher education as to why it was important to keep moving forward because this was important to economic development within the states. Those efforts, I think, really helped me in making a decision as to whether or not I would have the proper tools, the history and the understanding of the system, and I looked at Tennessee. I looked at Tennessee over a number of years, but this opportunity I think was at a perfect timing. You're going into a new master plan. Or you're looking at a new master plan development. I have a great deal of experience. I put 2 strategic plans together in Iowa. I helped put together a strategic plan in Florida, and part of that plan is still in existence today. And it was basically the beginnings of that performance funding model that Florida has. And some of the other things, when I looked at this state, you're doing a number of things, I'd say, so right. While the rest of the nation has decreased in enrollment, it's an average of about 8%. You've had an increase of about 2.2%. Which I think is admirable, considering you've had so many challenges, including COVID, probably being the #1 challenge, and that's why COVID, I think, COVID really had an impact on enrollment. And of course, you'll hear arguments that the economy always has some impact, and the economy, in terms of employment, seems to be doing really well, and of course. Students are not as excited about going back to school when they have a job, or adults. I always admired the amount of need-based aid that this state has put forward. Unfortunately, when I was in Iowa, I did lobby for additional need-based aid funds, but we had enough money in the system to be able to keep tuition low. And we did that. We had 5 semesters in which, when I was there, 5 semesters in which we did not have to raise tuition. The tuition model, I should say the scholarship model there in Iowa is a little bit different from here. You're more like the Florida plan, but there's less need-based aid and more need-based aid actually for private institutions. They set aside almost $70 million for private institutions in need-based aid. And as a member of the commission, I always advocated for that because I was I wanted to build the attainment levels of the state, and everyone is included in that number, not just the public institutions. So again, looking at attainment levels and looking at scholarship, which really makes it affordable for students to enter into higher education, and then a number of other exciting things that you have moving forward. I had the opportunity to view the governor's budget hearings, and I was very excited about seeing what the governor was doing. I actually, before I decided, I went back and I reviewed some of the things that the governor had done in his State of the State. And, I know this was said by someone at this last budget hearing that the governor held last week or just prior to that. And complimented that the governor is really engaged and has a commitment to higher education and workforce development. And that's so true. When I look around the country, it's not the same case. I was very lucky in the state of Florida and in the state of Iowa. The governor was very involved, and the lieutenant governor. And you need to have that commitment. Without that commitment, I wouldn't be sitting here right now. And so I commend the entire leadership of state government, and I commend this board for engaging with state government, ensuring that students are getting everything that they need. You are their advocates, after all. The other thing was the capital improvements. In a number of states, you will see that you don't have nearly the amount of capital improvement budget in many states. So I thought that was extraordinary, the amount of money that was being, and it's important. Campus safety was mentioned, which is also part of the budget. I will tell you that one of the things that I'm most proud of is bringing all of the key stakeholders together in the state of Iowa to ensure campus safety and security, not just the publics, brought the community colleges together and the private institutions also to discuss what the protocols were and what we need to do to ensure that all students in the state of Iowa were safe on the campus. I'll end there. I could go through a number of other things that I think the state is doing very well, and I'm sure I have some questions about what I see as the challenges, and I'll address that when that comes.
Open it up for other questions.
Sure.
Please.
Thank you very much, and thank you for your interest in this position. You're applying for this job. As I have looked over the information before today and again today, getting to see you and hear from you, I certainly think you have a lifetime that has prepared you for a role like this. So you have blessed us by showing interest, which is obviously what has gotten you to this table today. Mm-hmm. When I think about what we need in the next executive director, I think of the need we have for someone to reestablish or establish anew a positive working relationship with the governor and the legislature in this state. Mm-hmm. You have alluded to things you have done in your past in other states that speak to experience you have with forming those relationships in the past. But mm-hmm. particularly, Tennessee is its own state, just as each state is its own. Mm-hmm. What do you think you would bring to the table? What methods would you use to quickly hit the ground running and start working to do that?
It's a great question, and I will tell you that I had no relationship with the legislature when I arrived in Iowa. I had somewhat of a relationship with some key local legislators when I was in Florida, and because I was, at the university, and I got to meet a number of folks. But let me just stay with Iowa just for a moment. When I said this during my initial meeting, when I arrived in Iowa, I had never been to Iowa. And so I knew it was important for me to hit the ground running. And I told the board that it was my intention that within the first 30 to 60 days, and I know I told this board more like 90 days, but it was very, very important to start building those relationships because they're going to, legislators will know immediately you've been hired, and they're not going to want to wait 3 months or a month or 2 months to see you. They're going to want you to explain what it is that you intend to do, and how you intend to do it, and how they're going to be informed. So I mentioned Iowa that I had no relationship. I not only had no relationship, but it didn't start off well because when I showed up or asked for meetings with the minority leadership, when I arrived, they said, "You're from where?" From the board office. We've never had anyone come before the board office. So that's the way it started, and I built close relationships with the minority leaders, who, as I think I mentioned earlier, became the majority leaders very quickly. And I did take a look at the political maps, and I could see the tide changing. That was part of it. But I wanted to get a grasp of who it was I was dealing with. And it's like anything else. You can't build trust and confidence if you don't have a relationship. So you have to start. And it's as simple as showing up, shaking someone's hand, telling them what you intend to do, and listening to them. And that's and key to my success, and I think it's key to any executive success, is to listen to what people have to say. You may not always agree with them. And I'll give you another example in Iowa. It wasn't just the legislature. I had a number of faculty union members, and in particular, the president of the faculty union, who said, no, we've never really seen any or had any conversations with the board office unless it's with the general counsel to talk about collective bargaining or what have you, or issues related to that. And I set up a system in which we not only regularly met with the legislative folks to keep them informed and keep them part of the process as key stakeholders, not just at a forum like this and just private meetings, phone calls, just to say, hey, we need to keep in touch. Did this with legislators, the faculty members, and the students, the most important part of the system. So when we had our meetings, whether it was at an institution, and we had regular meetings, at least 8 or sometimes 9 per year, we met on the campuses. We met with faculty separately. I got the board leadership to do that and agree to do that. And we built a great relationship. It was no more, I should say, no more adversarial than it is in a number of states where there is no relationship. And I actually had faculty members advocate for changes in academic programs, which is almost unheard of nationally. And in my sessions with my colleagues at SHIO, these were some of the things that I brought up in our professional development sessions. And how do you approach this? And there's only one way, and that is you have to spend a great deal of time. But once you've spent the time and once you've built the relationship, a relationship of trust, no surprises, and I've said this in other meetings, and probably if I have an opportunity, talk a little bit more about no surprises. I think it's very important. It doesn't benefit anyone. So that would be my initial approach, and again, that would I would rely upon this board to help me with that, because this has got to be a working relationship. I asked my board members in Iowa and did the same thing in Florida. I'm going to need your help. This isn't just me going out there. Whether it's an introduction or any other help that you can give me, I'm going to need it, and I took it. And I'm going to need your advice. One of the things that I plan on doing is you all will have, that you don't want to say publicly, and I find this in almost any board, things that you don't want to say publicly that you will tell me, this is a problem, we need to work on it. And I want to hear that, because I need to know where the system stands. And I will keep you informed as to exactly what I'm doing. I will tell you that one of the other things is very important, it's as important as listening, is in keeping confidence, is the meetings that you have with folks. I always leave the meeting, but not before I will ask them what parts of my conversation are confidential and what will you allow me to use. So whether it's with the governor or whether it's with the commissioner, or with a president, because this happened in many cases with presidents in both systems. They need to be able to vent at times, tell you what they're thinking, and so you approach it that way. But never breach that confidence, because, as you know, then the relationship is lost. So that would be my approach. I hope I answered your question.
Dr. Donnelly, thank you for being here. We appreciate having you here this morning. A couple of questions. First, you talked a lot about the importance of external relationships. Obviously, the legislature, the governor, and so on. You also talked about how Tennessee is ahead of many of the other states for a number of reasons. One of the reasons we know that it's the case is because of the people. So you've got a lot of people who are truly focused on the success of higher education in the state of Tennessee. A large majority of those individuals are here in this room, and a lot of them work for THEC.
Yeah.
Tell me a little bit about, or give me some example, or an example of how you have been able to manage the relationships with your staff, to lead them well, and to also create a positive culture within the organization.
I think that's a great question. And you have to treat your staff and everyone with the respect that you expect to get yourself. It's the only way to build trust among your staff. I held in every position that I've been in, I held several staff meetings during the month. It may be just to inform, it may be very quick and not agended. I try to always agenda staff meetings, get staff to participate in the meetings and talk about what it is that they're doing, so everyone is on the same page. It's important to do that, to build communications and trust among the staff members themselves. I'm a strong believer in professional development. I don't look at a yearly evaluation, and we were required to do that as the time to talk to an individual about some of the things that they're doing and we're not doing. It's an ongoing process. I would sit down with staff at least every quarter, 4 times a year, minimum twice a year, to talk about what it is that they see themselves doing, how are things going, checking in. I've always had an open management style. You can come into my office at any time, call me at any time. I'm always available. It's important when you're in this type of role to always be available, whether that's to a commissioner, a board member, a president, or a student. And faculty members, I would have number of faculty members. But your question is, about the staff. It's important way beyond the staff, the institutional staff, because in Iowa it was a little bit different. All of the vice presidents, including the president, were actually appointed by the board. The president, the university would go through the process, but I would interview all of the senior members of the administration before they were hired. And in most cases, the due diligence was done. But if I had some questions, it was the board's appointment. So it was important that we knew as much as we could about every individual. But it's building those relationships. When I met regularly with the presidents. When I met with the presidents, I also met with the senior leadership. And in some cases, privately with the senior leadership, if they asked for that. But I always informed the president, and again, kept my conversations confidential unless I was directed otherwise. But it's showing that you go to the campuses, you listen to what the administrators have to say, builds that trust and relationship. And so I have found that by doing that, almost every initiative I had where I asked someone to participate, all the hands were up. And people felt very good about the system. I felt very good when I left Iowa after 10 years. And I think the board did too. They were a little disappointed that I was leaving, but I mean, I set up a system in which, I made sure that there would be continuity of operations when I left, and they had plenty of time. So, does that answer your question? Okay.
Thank you. For my second question,
Yeah.
and I appreciate that your first 90 days, you'll really conduct more listening than thought process or thought development from yourself. But
Sure.
recognizing that the future of higher education has some challenges, as well as some things that will kind of push it further along. So I think about technology and the impact technology has on the innovative thoughts about future of higher education. But then I also think about what we hear regarding the future enrollment numbers and the cliff that supposedly is out there. Recognizing, again, that you're going to come in and do a lot of listening, can you just share some of your thoughts and ideologies with regard to higher education in the future and what you see as the challenges and how to overcome the challenges?
Yeah, and that's another very good question. One of the things that I did put in my initial letter to the board, I had two things that I think are very important, and one was cybersecurity, and the other was AI. Now, as you alluded to, technology changes. AI is transforming every industry, but it certainly is transforming higher education in every aspect of higher education. I'm not certain that we're prepared for it, and if the federal government and business and industry hasn't prepared for it, we're usually the laggers behind them. But there's a great deal of hope because I think, and the governor has put, or at least it's proposed, and I'm sure it will be passed, there is some opportunity for cybersecurity dollars in here. But for AI, I think, and I did, because I do have a number of recommendations, and I'm sure you'll ask me about what some of those are. And I don't want to get ahead of myself, but one of the recommendations is for the institute, for this board, to take the leadership in looking at having not only an AI advisory committee on the board to work specifically with all of the institutions under the purview of the commission. I think that has to happen. And a number of institutions around the nation are just beginning to form because they understand the importance of having having, you know, being equipped, I should say, for what the future is going to bring. And I look at Vanderbilt University right here as an example, because they already have created a partnership with business and industry and an AI advisory board for them to work with. So it's not just having an AI advisory board with presidents on it and folks within the system, it's having the business and industry leaders too, where you're going to be able to share best practices. It's going to cost a lot of money. And so we need to be prepared. We need to be able to do the fiscal notes on what it's going to cost institutions. I mean, we heard from President Boyd, and this is another area, we heard from him just last week, and I'm sure he's in the room, in talking about campus safety and security. So you not only have cybersecurity issues, and I think we heard from someone that mentioned that there may be as many as 1 million hits in a day from all over the world. So we have to be prepared for that. So you have all of these different things that are coming at the same time, but you have to address them. And President Boyd mentioned campus safety and security, and I have to tell you that because I've done a lot of work in this area, that I took a step back when I listened to that. I took a step back and I went back to listen again as to what I heard, because he ended his conversation by saying that I could not tell you that, or he could not say yes to a question that said, do I feel as though I think I'm paraphrasing, of course, that the students on campus are safe. Now, even with all of the protocols that you may put in for the $48 million or what have you that you're asking for the system, that never ensures that there's, you know, that there's going to be someone who comes and uses a weapon on campus. But the reason I took a step back is this didn't happen yesterday. We've been talking about this since Virginia Tech in 2007. And in late 2007 and early 2008, the governor appointed a task force in the state of Florida, and I was part of that with the Attorney General and others. The governor appointed the chancellor, and the chancellor asked me to sit on that board. And we went through a number of protocols at that time with Homeland Security and NIMS compliance, National Incident Management System compliance. There are federal regulations that are there. So when I say we need an advisory board, we need, you know, this isn't just a report that we're putting together and submitting and saying, hey, we've got some deficiencies here. This has to be an ongoing effort, and I will tell you in Florida and in Iowa, I did the very same thing to ensure that we had enough safety and security measures on campus, whether it was, you know, providing locked doors, which, I mean, that's been part of Florida International for the last 10, 12 years, over a decade. So again, these issues just don't appear. You know, this needs to be a constant, ongoing effort. Again, these are just two areas that I'm talking about. There are a number of other areas that I'd like to go through if we have the time, Madam Chair. But to talk about how you integrate this into your new master plan, because it's not just about attainment levels, and of course we'll address that, but it's about all of these other protocols that also need to be part of the master plan. Did I answer that question okay? Okay, thank you.
Well, before we move on. Commissioner Wharton, is there anything you'd like to ask before we move on?
Yes, good morning. Welcome, Dr. Donald. It's a pleasure hearing your presentation and your answers. I had two questions when I raised my hand, but one of them was safety and security, which you addressed quite ably. I did have as a sub-question under my safety and security question, and that is your views, comments on the importance of developing relationships, as you probably heard it said, between town and gown, the neighborhoods, and how do we ensure that our universities and colleges are not little islands separate apart in themselves? And of course, the other question was, you reflect quite a bit of progress in persistence to completion with respect to minorities and women. I'd like to just have you address a couple of specific programs or initiatives that you pursued to bring about the changes that you reflect in your resume here.
Sure. You want to address the gaps in attainment levels?
That is correct. I'm sure you've researched, particularly with African American males, the same population shows up in crime and other things, so it's much more than an educational issue. But I just, you take whatever approach you wish.
Okay, thank you. So I'd like to approach it this way if I have, how much time do I have, Madam Chair? Okay. If I could approach your questions in sort of a kind of comprehensive overview of where I think you have some challenges and / opportunities. And I'd like to focus on the opportunity part of it. So I know that the master plan was updated in 2020, and the educational attainment levels, I think, are good. They're not extraordinary. You know, you have 47.3% of your population. Currently, there are some ways to address how to enhance that effort. And I think you're doing a number of things right already. And I mentioned some of them, but here with the sales program in particular, I noticed that from 2011 to 2020, it went from 71, which was, you know, because this is a math development program, to 57. So more than 2/3, I will tell you, you're doing a much better job than most institutions or community colleges around the country. More than 2/3, and I hate to say this because I'm in higher education, but this is something that everyone owns in higher education, that 2/3 of all community college starters and 40% of the undergraduates in public universities around the country have some difficulty with math and have to take at least one developmental math program. So I think you're doing a much better job in some of these areas than others. The FAFSA program, and it's been a nightmare for students for a number of years. It has changed significantly. I think it needs to be a very important part of the protocol, especially for low-income students and others, because the earlier you get into the system, the faster the response and perhaps even more money if more monies are available at the time. So the state, this commission may want to consider what a number of other states have done. And I won't use the word mandate because a number of states don't want to use the word mandate, but it's important for students who are in high school to take to do the FAFSA. If for no other reason, to be familiar with it, So it's important that we get that message out. And I will tell you who's part of that system now. And the number's growing. The number of states are growing that require it. Louisiana has had a very successful program. Texas, Illinois, California, Alabama, Colorado, New Hampshire, Maryland, and states that are moving towards it either this year or next year: Connecticut, Indiana, Nebraska, Oklahoma, and Kansas. So a number of states. So I always try to do the math on how many of these students are going to be, now how many additional students are going to get in, because the resources are finite. They're not infinite. And so it's important for our students to be able to at least have an opportunity to get into that. So the board may want to consider this as part of its plan, if it hasn't already discussed that. I went through the campus safety and security, but I will tell you, again, $48 million sounds like a lot of money. I think the president mentioned that number could be 3 or 4 times that for just the UT system. I wonder, where are the other holes here in campus safety and security? It's our obligation and duty to the students to be able to tell them or ask them, do they feel safe on campus? Besides all of the other issues that students have to deal with, they certainly don't need to deal with this. This is our responsibility. So certainly we need to do that. I thought that in terms of this will help the drive to 55. Some of the protocols that I mentioned, I think will help that. Over and above the attainment goal of 55%, because again, you're at 47%. Plan of action that will focus on the Reconnect program. I think it's a great program, but it does have some challenges. You have 744, 750,000 folks in the state that have some college credit and no degree. I don't even want to do the math on how much money was spent on those 733,000 folks in the state, 750,000 people. Now, I understand COVID challenges. So the attainment goal, you may want to consider that you could raise the goal, but move the date. So that might be 2030, and a number of states have looked at this. So that have, I think everyone was using the 2025 goal until it was a goal set by Lumina and then by the Obama administration. But you may want to consider moving the date, because of COVID. Stick with your protocols and enhance those protocols. So you have 113,000 students who entered into sort of the Reconnect over the last 10 years. And the Reconnect piece of this was only from when that program started, so certainly in 2019. But I look at the challenge here, and the challenge is that you have 4 in 10 who have dropped out or stopped out. So they were very interested in coming back to the system, but yet they've dropped out. And I wouldn't want to grade myself on 40%, but it's important that you address it, and it needs to be addressed in the next plan, or should be addressed in the next plan. And ask the question: do we really know why that has happened? What happened? And now I know you have a number of people who are on the ground in these communities, reconnecting with folks. Probably not enough, but as I said, in the system where I would always ask for volunteers, maybe we can engage some retired alum or others. So just things to be thinking about. The graduation rate of the 113,000 people that you pulled from the original 744,000, there's only 21% have graduated in 3 years. This is costing you resources. It's costing you dollars. And then I think the rate, I may be wrong, but only 26% graduation in 6 years. So if that's the number, I believe it's right. And then another thing that wasn't addressed are the gaps in Black and low-income adults, because it's mentioned, but there's not a great deal of detail there. So we'd have to look at that. The 2021-2025 the Formula Review Committee that met identified challenges and said that there was a great deal of room for improvement. So I think we would need to take a look at that and any recommendations that came out of that, especially, and this was pointed out, in those students who were in the Pell cohorts, the LIGs and in the UT system. So the 4-year graduation rate was 23.7, and the UT system was 37.3. And then the 6-year graduation rates for the LIGs was 47.4, not extraordinary, and in the UT system, 63.5. So we need to take a look at that, at the gaps in the Pell, and in particular the gaps that I noticed in the minority numbers. So in the in the cohorts, if I'm getting too granular, just raise your hand and I'll stop. But there are a number of gaps in the graduation rates that need to be addressed. And all of these, including issues, again, and affordability, the use of open resources. A number of states are doing this. Louisiana, I think, took the lead on this, and certainly Florida. FIU was doing it just this past couple of years. The average student spends $1,200 to $1,300 on textbooks that they can't afford. So what happens, they enter into the system, they can afford to get in, and then 60% of them are not buying the materials that they need to pass the courses. And this is adding to the lag and the gap that you have. So,
Thank you, Dr. Onley.
Sure.
You've given us a lot to think about
Okay.
for the future master plan. I believe Comptroller Mumpower might have a question for you.
Well, actually, thank you, Madam Chair. An item for the committee. We've interviewed Dr. for about 45 minutes. I think it would be prudent to move on to our next candidate at this point in time with the option of recalling both candidates after we're finished with them. And to go into the next interview in mind of a time up to 45 minutes if needed, and then go from there.
Dr. Donnelly, any closing short thoughts?
Sure, okay.
Anything else you want to leave us with?
I think this is a great opportunity. I think you've done an excellent job, this board and prior boards, the commission. So, I would love the opportunity to work with you. I think there's, again, the system is in very good shape. And it's in good shape because you've done a very good job of building a structure that works. I think the performance-based funding model is very good. Again, the scholarship is unlike that of any other state, maybe North Carolina and Florida, but it's a very, very good structure allowing students to come in. And this is what makes it so exciting. I think I can help you with your next master plan, and certainly look forward to hearing from you.
Thank you so much for being here today.
Okay.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
And our next candidate, Dr. Gentile, thank you very much for being here today. I recognize that we all know you quite well. I don't know that everyone understands your full background, so similar to our last interview, if you don't mind, we'll listen to, if you wouldn't mind sharing more about your background and why do you think this role is right for you now?
All right, thank you very much. It's an honor to be in front of you all today, and my friends and staff and colleagues, thank you as well. I too am looking forward to the commission meeting starting after this. My background, I was raised in rural Western North Carolina, in Sylvan, North Carolina. It's a college town. And I had a lot of friends who were able to go on to college, but most of them did not. I went on to a small liberal arts college due to a strong public high school training to get me there. But when I got to that college, I recognized that I did not have a lot of peers of mine from Western North Carolina, even though this college was 100 miles down the road. I didn't see really anything that looked different from a country club, actually, and how that school operated. And however, it was a fantastic education. I saw the transformative power of higher education and what it can do to your mind, what it can do to your future, what it can do to your friendships and your relationships, and helping your family move forward as well. And about the junior year of my college experience, I found myself stealing away to the library and reading the Chronicle of Higher Education in the stacks, the hard copies of the Chronicle of Higher Education. As an undergrad economics major, no one else was doing that. Trust me on that one. No one else was doing that. I knew then with the economics degree that I was working on, that I was very interested in how we use limited resources to make choices that can better society. And from my junior year forward, I knew I wanted to work in higher education. Immediately after graduation, I worked in admission and financial aid for my alma mater. I did that for 6 years. And I traveled the country. Sometimes I got to travel the world as well. But I always loved going back to my hometown, Smoky Mountain High School, home of the Mustangs, by the way, in Western North Carolina, to help recruit students who were like me to either go on to Davidson, my undergrad, or go on to college in general. That's why I was there, to talk to them about college and college education. So the access to a college education has always been my driving force because of the promised prosperity that higher education brings. After a while, I recognized all those articles I was reading about the Chronicle of Higher Education. I should probably go back to school as well to get a master's of education. And my wife and I traveled here to Nashville, and we both went to graduate school, she for business, I for education. And quite honestly, we were planning to come to Nashville, get our degrees, and go on to the next location. However, this is about 2013, 2012. I had professors who worked at the Tennessee Higher Education Commission, Dr. Rich Rhoda, Dr. Russ Deaton as well. And I realized that Tennessee was doing something very special. First of all, state policy, state higher ed policy, was not on my radar as a career until I started that program. I did not know what state higher ed policy could do for students needing to go on to higher education. But I saw it here in Tennessee. I saw that Tennessee was implementing, at that time, outcomes-based funding formula, which is a recognition, especially coming out of the Great Recession, that we're gonna have fewer and fewer resources. How do we best allocate those resources to incentivize completion, incentivize success? At that time, Drive to 55 was burgeoning. Tennessee Promise was not yet statewide. However, it started to be launched regionally across the state. This was an exciting place to be. And state policy was something that I wanted to do. And I started off as an intern here back in the spring of 2013. Not quite sure yet if I wanted to go into state policy, but falling deeply in love with it while working here and working here at THEC. Over the last 10 years, I have grown in my responsibility. I want to thank Dr. Russ Deaton for calling me during one of my other internships and said, hey, we have a position I think you want to apply for. And I came in as a fiscal policy analyst, did that for a number of years, and gradually took on more responsibilities in data and research and general policy. And for the last few years, helping us navigate the terrain of the pandemic. Now, why do I want this position? I think THEC right now is at a crossroads. THEC, I'd say coming out of the focus era, has spent a lot of time of honing its responsibilities and its processes to help move higher education rowing as one. However, we have an opportunity to do better at that, to convene our institutions, to convene our state stakeholders, come together around a table much like this to figure out, how do we get those students into college? How do we get them through? How can we work together as a system, one system of higher education? How do we make that happen? THEC is the answer for that. We're the only answer right now that can bring all of those people together to make that happen. And that's why I'm passionate for this job.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your service over the years, and thank you for applying specifically for this role. I think one of the biggest challenges for the next director of THEC is to reestablish a relationship with the governor and the legislature in a way that hasn't existed in the past couple of years. So maybe I should say establish rather than reestablish. And that's just extraordinarily important to the process. Talk about whether or not you agree with that, and if you do, what would you do to work to establish that new positive relationship?
Absolutely, sir. I do agree that that's a need that we need to lean into. Right now, one of our new colleagues on our staff is presenting at TACRO, which is the Tennessee Association of Registrars and Admission Officers, and her presentation right now is "What the heck is THEC?" And I say that because THEC is not known of having a mascot, of having a football game, putting out great campus-wide celebrations to advertise the alumni of THEC. That's not who we are. What we are the interconnected force that brings all the stakeholders together. THEC right now needs to do that for all parties. What I would first and foremost do is look into how we structure our activities at THEC itself. We have four, I'd say, constituents that we need to think through. The administration, how do we map on our responsibilities onto the administration, and to the other cabinets and what they're doing to move forward workforce and K-12 education. The General Assembly as well, are we meeting the needs of the 132 members across the street? Do they know who we are, first of all? Do they know what we can do for them? Those who are on the education committees, those who are on the finance committees, they may, but there are many others who come through. What I would reinstitute here is what we started doing under Mike Krause's leadership, which is whenever we have a new class of legislators come in, we have an orientation for them, so we can tell them what the heck THEC is and what it is that we can do for them. And the reason why is because many of them, all of them, whether they're on an education committee or not, will have an interest that higher education is the solution to. And they need to know who to pivot to for that. The benefit of THEC is that while we are passionate for higher education, we are dispassionate about how that operates across the state. We'll find the right pathway forward for that legislator to try to get that need solved for them. So with the administration, what I would do is look at our organization and identify our labor workforce that we do, the data work that we do, the work we do with corrections, the work we do with K-12 education, and make sure that when an executive director steps in to the office, they don't have to look at 5 different places across the agency to get an answer to what the administration needs. The executive director knows where to go so they can map on to what the administration needs.
I'm Charlemagne Powell. May I ask a follow-up to that? So I appreciate the response, Dr. Gentile. Some might look at your resume and say, well, you don't have a great deal of experience in the political process and understanding the ins and outs. But maybe go a little further and tell me, why would you want to be in the midst of the political drama and challenges that come with this job? And how would you work to try to bring different sides, parties, ideologies together to really forge a path forward for higher education?
Yes, sir. Thank you. I'm going to think back to a few years ago. One of the accomplishments that my fiscal team and I put forward was a strategic financial plan. The strategic financial plan was a statutory report that was required of us coming out of focus. And back in 2020, we announced it. Now, what I think we should have done differently about that is, and what we should do about higher ed in general at THEC, is better tell the story of those plans and put those into action. But I want to talk about the structure of that strategic higher financial plan. It is not a plan that says that THEC is going to do this, this, and that with higher education, or our institutions are going to do this, this, and that. Instead, it says this is where we need to head as a state to be the most affordable state for higher education in the South. That is the driving goal. But our options and our solutions in there recognize the fact that we are working with many constituents who have many different solutions and many different solutions that may or may not appeal to them. And so the strategic financial plan is set up to recognize that exactly so that we can be nimble as an agency, and I as an executive director, should I be named executive director, for when a legislator comes to us and says, hey, I've got this need. There are students who are, in my home district, who are dropping out of college because they have flat tires, for instance. What are solutions that we have? Well, we have a number of solutions for that. Knowing that different solutions may or may not play politically is something that it's our job to read through and be able to craft the solutions so that they can speak to the need of those legislators while also making it so that they can get that through and bring the constituents that they need, their delegates along with them to be able to pass them. So the role of THEC and the executive director specifically is not to pick sides when it comes to politics, but is to understand what the needs are of the legislators, what makes them tick, what are solutions that are just off the table, given what they are, and find a way to craft solutions that meet their needs in that regard.
Dr. Gentile, some people might say that to do the executive director of THEC's job well, that you're going to have to make some enemies all the time out there among our universities and our colleges and TCATs. How do you first feel about that? And secondly, how would you mitigate that situation?
Yeah, that is the nature of a job like this, for sure. I am not a, while I am a nice guy, I am not a people pleaser. I'm not out there to just make everyone happy and will bend over and make sure that everything's being done to support them. I will do what I can to support them, but there will be lines that have to be drawn. What I love about this job, and I want to thank those who came before me in my roles that I've had, is recognizing that the best way you can be transparent in what you're doing is to bring all those parties together. And if you want to propose a solution like we did a couple of years ago on outcomes-based funding formula when it came to removing completely fixed costs from the formula, that did not go over well with a number of our stakeholders. There was a good reason why we were pursuing that, but did not go over well. Now, there are lessons that I've learned from doing that and how I'd pursue that differently to not immediately upset all the stakeholders. However, what is true, and this is true about my leadership, I practice authentic leadership. I'm transparent in what I want to do, and I'm honest, and I want to have an organization that is transparent. The best way to get under my skin is to question my integrity, because I'm not in this for myself, I'm in this for the organization. So to stop short there, I know, hopefully, if I make enemies of anyone, it will be short-lived, because I'm going to come right back to them and try to help them move forward as an organization. That's what's needed in this position. My memory would be short when it comes to enemies.
Commissioner Wharton, do you have a question?
No questions. Thank you.
Stephen, you've lived through the last strategic plan, and if you think out 5 years from now, where do you think THEC should be? Where do you think we will be?
Where I think higher education in general needs to be. I already mentioned this in my first response, but what is necessary right now, we have 8 governing boards across the state, and that's a really good thing, practicing local governance, meeting local needs. However, where THEC needs to spend its energy is making sure that all those institutions, when it comes to meeting the state needs, are rowing in the same direction, pursuing the same things, the same ideas and ideals and goals that we've identified as a state from the administration, from the General Assembly, from this body here. We need to focus all of our attention to make sure that we are not going disjointed from our institutions, and nor is everyone not coming to the table to row in that same direction. So unity with higher education to go after those goals is our number one thing. But specifically, I see right now, and we saw in a press release earlier this week about the universities working together on increasing enrollment. I think that's fantastic. I know the community college system is working as one with the TCATs as well. We need to bring all of those bodies together and to be able to move forward as higher education together, because it's not just the fact that we have 8 governing boards that can make that difficult. It's that we have, in effect, 3 types of institutions that we work with. We have the universities, we have the community colleges, and we have the TCATs. What I want to be able to say here in Tennessee in 5 years is that we have streamlined for all those students who maybe start off in dual enrollment at a TCAT to go on and get a bachelor's degree if they want to do that, to be able to transfer from a community college to a university seamlessly with the Tennessee transfer pathways that we put into place 13 years ago, but still have a lot of work to do. And that work involves bringing all those parties together to figure out how to streamline that so that we can produce credentials of value here in Tennessee. Now, the credentials of value conversation, that may come across as a buzzword right now, but I think it's important to focus on that for a second. Our institutions are producing credentials of value, for sure. This commission, going forward in the next 5 years, needs to be sure that we are also incentivizing the creation of new credentials of value to meet the needs of the state across Tennessee. But what this commission needs to be doing in 5 years is making sure that all those credentials of value that are there for our students, already there, that all students have equal access to those credentials of value. Whether they start off as a Tennessee Promise student at a community college and go on to a university, or they start off at TCATs, what are those barriers in their way, and how can we as a state remove those barriers? That's where THEC needs to be in 5 years, if not now.
Dr. Gentile, I just want to ask you about 2 things here and get your reaction to it. You know, as you well know, since you're integrally involved now, the commission will be asked today to approve the operating budget for the higher education in Tennessee and everything. That's about $1.6 billion a year. The new money this year will be $123.8 million in operating funds. And we have also a request for $861 million in capital funds. And that doesn't address all of the capital needs, but at least addresses those that the commission may choose to recommend this year. And so, you know, and you also in another area to look at is in terms of efficiency of our operations as an organization, as THEC and the relationship with the universities. President Boyd mentioned at a meeting that we had out at the Board of Regents recently that for a particular academic program request that they had in for UT, it had taken, I think it was 1.5 to 2 years to get that request fully to the point of being acted on by THEC. And so all of these things point to the need, in my view, to make sure that we are getting the most for our dollar, you know, in terms of the operating dollars that we have and the capital dollars that we have, and looking at that and analyzing that, but also in terms of the efficiency level that the organization works at, the example being what President Boyd pointed out about how to get an academic program approved and why should it take 2 years to do that. And so I wondered what your reaction was, or is, to both of those things.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Treasurer, for that question. I was once told never to bring props to an interview, but here's a prop right now. Yesterday, I was preparing for both this interview and for this commission meeting, and I came across some old books in one of our cabinets from our library when we were over in Parkway Towers. And this book right here is Performance Funding in Higher Education, a Critical Analysis of Tennessee Experience. It's from 1986. I think that was year 3 for Mayor Wharton on this commission, by the way. And when you look at the very end of the concluding chapter, it says that, you know, all states are grappling right now with the need to be more efficient with the funds that it has. But Tennessee is worth studying because of the all-in approach that they've done with performance funding. And this is before outcomes funding. This is the quality assurance funding formula that we have now today. This is almost 40 years ago. Tennessee has always been recognized, and what's drawn me to Tennessee, most of my friends and my family, if they were generous, they call me frugal. If not, worse than that. But what I've loved about Tennessee is recognizing we need to be fiscally responsible with the resources that we have. We have always implemented policies and practices to try to make sure that it happens, the outcomes funding formula being one. What I heard back at the August commission meeting from President Boyd and other stakeholders is that there are other processes as well that we need to reimagine, re-envision. We had an ETSU mechatronics program come in front of the committee yesterday that came to us a year ago. And some lights that may not be that long, and others that's way too long. And I want to approach it as this: that's way too long. So, in my first 61 days as interim executive director, I've supported our academic affairs team and bringing together our chief academic officers across the state to explore how can we make changes to that process to be more efficient and effective while still meeting the needs of this body. That's first and foremost the most important thing. Second, on December 8th, just a few weeks, we're convening institution heads, we're convening members of the State Building Commission. You three here have been invited to that as well for our capital task force. What needs to change with our capital process? I helped lead the change about 7 years ago, coming into focus. And now, 7 years later, it's time to have that conversation again to recognize the new needs in the state. Not just the needs of higher education, but the needs of the state and the resources we have right now. I am for continuous improvement when it comes to our processes. I did not enter this role at THEC as a fiscal analyst because I want to do the same thing from 1 year to the next. We need to continuously improve, and we have great options in front of us to do that with academic programs, capital task force, how we approach tuition as well.
I'm glad to hear you say that because it's an interesting time that you seek this position in, because the State Funding Board may well recommend what amounts to effectively a flat budget for the state, and so it's a particular time to come to the party right now, so to speak.
I'm here for it. Yes, sir.
Yeah, and we'll be sure and get Mayor Wharton to sign your book there for you, okay? Mayor, we should arrange that, okay?
By the way, my tip of the hat to NCHIMS for writing this, our friends at NCHIMS as well.
Okay.
I'm not very coachable, Emma. That's been said before. Dr. Gentile, thank you for your interest in the position. Thank you for your service, not only in the past 61 days, but prior to that. And I didn't ask this of the previous interviewee, but I'm going to ask you, and we had a pretty robust conversation in our committee meeting yesterday, and I don't want to ask a leading question, but I think it could kind of illuminate the conversation we've had here, kind of following up on the treasurer's question. That we've heard a lot about duplicative things that we're doing, and my statement was, what are we doing to add value? And I'd be curious, just from your perspective, and I'm not going to hold you to it that you're going to do it on days 71 or 101, but you come into this, I'm sure, with some ideas about things that you have been able to look at and say, hey, now that I've looked at it, not sure that's the thing we ought to be doing anymore, and we could free up that bandwidth to do something else. So I'm going to ask for maybe one thing that you can look at pretty quickly and say, we're not doing that anymore. My recommendation would be to stop doing X and spend that bandwidth doing Y. Do you have any thoughts on that?
Yes, sir, I do. Just give me 1 second here to think through all of my list of things right now. I think what we need to be doing with regards to, and I want to apologize to my workforce focused friends here, but I think we need to lean more into the workforce development that we have here as an agency. We got 3 staff members right now who are focused on that full time, but a lot of their work right now is grant management. And they spend a lot of times managing grants, and by the way, they're so good at that. I mean that. They do that all with integrity, and they do a fantastic job of making sure that we're implementing Spark and we're implementing Give across the state. Those are the governor's initiatives to bring those sectors together. But it's a lot of grant management on their end. And I want them to be instead thinking through with their great experience, what do we need to be doing to move the needle on workforce development from a policy perspective as well? They have that brilliance. We need to harness that. So what we need to do differently as an organization is actually more internal. What are the processes that we don't have in place right now to streamline so that those who are out in the field don't have to spend a lot of their time doing that on a regular? We don't have, THEC has grown from about 30 staff before we took on Division of Post-Secondary Authorization, before we took on THEC. We now have 130. That's been over the last 20 years. I'd say we operate in many ways as though we were an organization of 35 people. We don't have those organizational structures in place that we could. We have the brilliance in our CFO to make that happen. That's where I would lean in. So what I would change, sir, is not so much what we're doing out in the field, it's how we go about doing it so that we can capitalize on the brilliant minds that I have behind me right now.
Madam Chair, am I recognized?
Please.
Again, Dr. Newtown, good morning. Matter of personal privilege, Mr. Secretary, I really enjoyed our committee meeting yesterday, and if you will recall, I didn't think much of the committee structure and spoke out on it, but in this day and time, I'm going to do something that's seldom done and commit that my views were wrong, and I'm glad you persisted on establishing our committees. Two quick questions. As someone referred to earlier, my longevity here, we, at that moment, at that time, they weren't using the word leapfrog, but I would say that Tennessee, in moving to formula funding, was a leapfrog moment or slingshot moment, all the fancy phrases they're using these days. On the lofty side of my question, where are the opportunities for us to do leapfrog to, or slink, whatever you want to call it? And now moving to perhaps the more pedestrian side, and we've talked about this before, and having been a city man and county man, I know that our state's never going to be any greater than the least of us in terms of educational attainment. What specific do you have in mind that we can do with respect to persistence to completion, whether it's at TCAT, whether it's at community or four-year institutions? And we usually think of it in terms of color, African American, but knowing the state the way I do, my question with regard to bringing everybody along in terms of educational attainment could mean Memphis on the bluff, or Mountain City on the east, or Grundy County in the middle. There are far too many folks who are not catching this higher education bus. Zero in on, look, we've done this, we've done that, but I'd like to do something along these lines. So those are my two questions, if I might.
Oh, thank you, Mayor Wharton. I think two things I've not talked about, but are very much my background as a former financial aid counselor and a data analyst here at Tennessee Higher Education Commission. We have tapped certainly our resources for financial aid, Tennessee Promise, Tennessee Reconnect, going very far in what we're able to do for the state. We have tapped our data and the analysis and the reports that we do and being able to connect the dots between those. However, we still have a lot that we can be doing in both of those areas to streamline access to and through college. I want to thank members of my team behind me for analyzing 10 years after Tennessee Promise is rolled out, who's still not being met exactly with Tennessee Promise. You've got probably our lowest of income students who are not necessarily getting something directly from Tennessee Promise. They get Pell, they get our TSAA grant. What barriers are in front of them, and what can we help look at with our financial aid corpus, whether it's from the lottery, whether it's from the Tennessee Promise Endowment or appropriation, to help move the needle even further for those students? Because those are the students who look at the price tag, and while the price tag might be near free for them, start looking at the textbooks, start looking at the other housing costs, and those are always going to be barriers to them in accessing college. So I think that's what we need to do as far as bringing our data into the picture. How can we best pinpoint the needs of those students across the state? We're able to access through the state's robust B-20 system, K-12 education. What are holding those students from actually entering into the workforce? We've had robust conversations with Commissioner Denise Thomas of the Labor and Workforce Development Commission as well. What's preventing our adults from entering into college? And are there financial aid opportunities that we can utilize to help streamline the access? Tennessee Reconnect has been fantastic for our adults entering into the community college system, but why else are students not entering in? Why else are adults not accessing college? Where we need to leapfrog is blending that financial aid, blending that data, and helping our institutions be as nimble and flexible as they can to provide the academic opportunities to those students who are competing with family demand, competing with the workforce demand. I believe the answer is within our data and within our financial aid resources to help bridge those gaps. And I would also add to that, while I am very proud to be here in Tennessee and all the accomplishments that have been done here, I don't think we work necessarily just to be the #1 in the country for what we do here. That's not why we do what we do. We do this for the students. We do this for the Tennesseans. If we happen to make headlines for being #1 in the country, great. Let's pat our back on that. But I think we as well need to learn from other states. What's happening across this country that's really working well? KY Stats in Kentucky being an example. Alabama and their connections to the workforce. We have a lot to learn from other states, and maybe we're not leapfrogging if we implement those, but we need to absorb and hear from what's happening across this country.
Thank you, Dr. Gentile. I'm all about the leapfrog perspective there, so I appreciate that. I do want to talk about future state. The headline in the news this week was, which I guess happened last summer, was Colorado had a massive data breach. I know there was budget requested last week for cybersecurity. There's further conversation about physical security. What else do you envision coming down the pike for our institutions? And what would THEC, what value would THEC play in the ecosystem to support the institutions to create, to be connected to that future state? I'm not talking about necessarily just artificial intelligence or security, but what might be next? Like, how do we really continue to grow the ecosystem?
There are things coming down the pike that we THEC may not be the only solution, but we're going to be part of the solution for our universities, for our community colleges and TCATs. You did mention Colorado and the cybersecurity attack they had there. I'm knock on wood, happy to say that we have a lot of good systems here and at THEC and TSAC to prevent that from really damaging us. However, a lot of our institutions do not. I remember just a couple of years ago, I was on a call with our CFOs across the state, and Mitch Robinson at Austin Peay State University was on his cell phone streaming in because he and everyone else on that campus lost access due to a cybersecurity attack at Austin Peay. When cybersecurity attacks hit our institutions, they hit our students, they hit our faculty, and they prevent learning to occur. But the solution there is to work as a cohesive state unit to help bring what's good for the goose, good for the gander. What's good for Austin Peay is going to be good for Walter State and Motley State, as well as UT Knoxville as far as cybersecurity goes. I want to point to another example, and that is the enterprise resource planning that the universities have taken the lead on, UT leading the way with ETSU and others, as they integrate this new ERP across all of our university sector. I will not take at all that THEC was the one who led out on that, but THEC was the one who helped convene and bring those resources together and help David Miller as he's thinking through what's the best approach to bringing our universities together. That required a massive investment from the state. Universities cannot secure, community colleges cannot secure massive investments like that unless they are working together. It's a great example, and I want to thank again, David Miller for bringing that effort together under President Boyd and the other universities. But that's where THEC needs to be in the future when it comes to security, cybersecurity, physical security. Paul Marshall on our staff, he's an architect by day, and he's a security planning person at night as well. He will travel across the state and work with the Department of Homeland Security, and he has, and identify the needs across the state for all higher education physical security. That's a role that we play at THEC, and we will continue playing over the coming years. So bringing those resources to them, that it doesn't just make sense to send those resources to one campus specifically. It makes sense to bring them to all those campuses, and that's the role THEC plays, bringing them together.
Any other questions from the commission? Just in quick closing, what would be your final parting thoughts with us at this point?
Every time I come up to this microphone or this table in front of this body, in front of my higher education friends and colleagues, it is an honor, 100% an honor. I will always be here at service to the state of Tennessee for welcoming my family here in the home here, and I just want to thank you for that. I look forward to when my 5-year-old and my 7-year-old are able to fill out that Tennessee Promise application in 11 years. I look forward to that now. I am sure 10 years from now, I will miss them. But right now, I look forward to that ability to do so. Tennessee is my home. I love being here. I love the innovation that comes from this group here and this body and the higher education peers. It will be an honor for me to lead that here at Tennessee as Executive Director of THEC and THEC. And I just want to thank you for having me here in front of you today.
Thank you, Dr. Gentile. So are there any additional questions that we would like to ask you of these candidates? I'd like to walk us through where we have been over the past year. Some of you have been a little bit more involved than others, but just a bit of a reminder, because I've been quite intimately involved in this process. A year ago on this Sunday was when we found out the resignation of our past executive director. It's hard to believe that, but it's true. In January, in December, we had Dr. Smith, which I think you made the introduction for Dr. Smith, to come and be our interim director for a while. We formed a search committee in January. We chose a search committee to spread our arms and try to find candidates. It was not successful. We then, in May and June, we reassessed where we were, decided we were going to hire a search firm, which took a lot longer than anyone really wanted it to take, but it happened. AGB became our search firm. We created a profile for this executive director position, which is the first time, as I understand it, that we've had one. And we also agreed to a salary range, which was much higher than we've been in the past, 265 to 280, which was the range that still exists today. And then the search moved forward. AGB was brought in 26 different candidates for the search committee to review. Those individuals were reviewed, and it came out with a slate of 6, which was then knocked down to 5 due to some health concerns for one of those candidates. And here we sit, having just listened to 2 candidates, both of which have really great backgrounds, passion, excitement about higher ed, clearly have the experience of leading teams of people, one of whom we are much more familiar with than the other. And I would propose at this time, unless we have any other questions we want to ask the candidates, that we move forward with Stephen Gentile as our next executive director at the 265 range for his salary.
Madam Chair.
Yes?
Thank you very much. I tell you that I will agree that we should move forward with Stephen Gentile and will second your motion with the caveat that I feel strongly that we should offer him the job at the salary of our previous executive director plus 5%, which was the average raise given to state employees this past year. Dr. House left earning $229,000. A 5% increase is $11,450 for a total of $240,450. I would say as well, in offering that amendment to your original motion, that I think that would be appreciated across the street with leaders in the legislature, and I think that would, particularly as the treasurer mentioned, with the budget situation we have in front of us, be a prudent way to move forward.
If I may, if There's a second required to that motion to amend your motion. I'm going to support that. I do think that's the prudent way to move forward at the $240,400 number. Is that the number you quoted?
So again, just for the
229
record.
plus 5% is what it was, right?
Right,
So 229 plus 11,400, right?
450.
450, okay. Yeah,
Which
so
would be, which just for the record, 240, 450.
Yeah, and I want to concur with both of you. We had great candidates. I mean, those two candidates today, both really, in my opinion, brought their A game. They came prepared. We're fortunate that we had two really good candidates to come before us today. And one of them, frankly, I think the learning curve is going to be shorter just because of their knowledge of Tennessee government and having worked with some of the people around here. So I think Dr. Gentile has everything it takes to be a fantastic executive director of this organization.
Just a legal question. If we advertise a minimum salary, we make a hire, and we go below our minimum salary, legally, how do we do that?
Commissioner Coben, the motion that was passed, I believe it was in June, when this matter was previously considered by the commission, was to set a salary range for informative purposes for both the search firm and any applicants that might be considered in the position. That range, as adopted at that time, was to set the stage, in my opinion, as your counsel. Pursuant to statute, a full commission vote to both select the executive director and set that compensation can be established today. I don't see a restriction, as this would reflect the most current board action in making this hire decision.
That's what I wanted to know. Thank you.
I will remind the commission that we had some interesting conversations in regards to what the salary range should be, and there's plenty of data to back up the reason that we were at the 265 to 280. And it had a lot to do with those like organizations across the state, across the country, and even in the Southeast. And we are extremely low on the salary that we fund for our executive director compared to like organizations. The average of like organizations across the Southeast is 276, if memory serves. And I think at a broader level, including governing institutions, I think it's 305 or something along those lines. And we made this decision as a commission. We had one nay vote at that time. And I would encourage us to stay with what we originally deliberated on. We would not have received 26 candidates had it not been for, number one, a fantastic profile, but number two, the salary range. And for us to go back, and just because we have an internal candidate, to say, sorry, we're going to backtrack on what we said we were going to pay a person stepping into this role. To me, it strikes me that that is just not the right thing to do on a variety of levels. I'd love to hear other comments.
Well, Commissioner Scarlett, that was why I asked the question. I'm an old HR person, and I don't remember in all my career advertising at one salary, but then hiring, because it was an internal candidate, at a lower salary. That's why I was concerned with the legality of it. And I understand what you're saying, Scott, about what the ability and authority of this commission is. But I do stumble with the fact that we have said we will pay this much, but we are going to make an offer at $25,000 less than that. And I guess I would hope, Comptroller Mumpower, that the people across the street, if they were going to have a reaction to the 265 starting salary, that they would have already expressed that, I hope, before we got to this point. I don't know. You would know that better than I do. But those were just my thoughts. That's why I asked the question.
So I have had a conversation with those across the street. spoke with Lieutenant Governor's office, the Speaker's office, and the Governor's office, and they are in favor of the agreement that we set forth in June.
Madam Chair, I appreciate that and appreciate the question. I don't know that I would agree that that's where the standing is. You know, my concern is the last time we hired an executive director, that executive, the process wasn't what it could be, and so I appreciate that this process has been more thorough. But the process never allowed that executive director to get off the ground correctly with the governor's office and the legislature, which are extraordinarily important to this whole operation. And what I will reiterate is that I believe in order to give this new executive director candidate the opportunity to get off the ground correctly and establish the relationships in the spirit they need to be established, bringing this candidate in at the salary I have offered and the secretary has seconded is the most prudent thing to do.
We're going to stand in recess for 5 minutes. need to put this on. Sorry, Mayor Wharton, you weren't able to involve all of you in that conversation. We apologize. We did receive some counsel in regards to legally challenges we might have to address. What we've decided to do is we're going to just split the vote, first starting with candidate, and then we will discuss salary range. So the motion is still on the table that Stephen Gentile will be our next executive director. Looking for a second. Second. Madam Secretary.
Chairwoman Scarlett?
Aye.
Commissioner Allman? Aye. Commissioner Knight?
Aye.
Commissioner Coben?
Aye.
Commissioner Matlock?
Aye.
Commissioner Stafford? Aye. Commissioner Wharton?
Aye.
Secretary Hargit? Treasurer Lillard?
Aye.
Comptroller Mumpower?
Aye.
Chairwoman, you have 10 ayes.
Excellent, thank you so much. The second motion on the table as it stands was to hire Dr. Gentile, the 265 range, sorry, 265 salary level. Is there a second?
Madam Chair.
Yeah.
I would move to amend the motion to hire Dr. Gentile at the salary of the previous executive director, $229,000 plus 5%, which is general average of state employee pay increases in the past year, which would be a total of $240,450 annually.
I'll second that motion.
Madam Secretary, any discussion? Madam Secretary?
Chairwoman Scarlett?
Nay.
Commissioner Allman?
Nay.
Commissioner Knight?
Nay.
Commissioner Coben?
Nay.
Commissioner Matlock?
Aye.
Commissioner Stafford? Commissioner Wharton?
Nay.
Secretary Hargit? Treasurer Lillard?
Aye.
Comptroller Mumpower?
Aye.
Chairwoman, you have 4 ayes and 6 nays.
Okay, the motion does not pass. I will once again propose a $265,000 salary for the role.
Second.
Any discussion? Madam Secretary?
Chairwoman Scarlett?
Aye.
Commissioner Allman?
Aye.
Commissioner Knight?
Aye.
Commissioner Coben? Commissioner Matlock?
Aye.
Commissioner Stafford? Commissioner Wharton?
Aye.
Secretary Hargit? Treasurer Lillard?
Aye.
Comptroller Mumpower?
Aye.
Chairwoman, you have 10 ayes.
Wonderful, the motion carries. Before bringing Dr. Gentile back in, I would like to express some deep gratitude to Lou Hanneman, who has been our guide over the past 10 months or so internally and working with, helping us with this search, and also with AGB, who was the actual search agency. Those two, both Lou as well as AGB, have done amazing work in helping us surface candidates and get to where we are today. I also want to express deep gratitude to the search committee, which included Commissioner Stafford, Commissioner Coben, Secretary Hargit, and Commissioner Matlock. A lot of time and energy went in with those individuals to be able to help review and discuss and have conversation about what's needed at THEC. I also really, really importantly need to thank Dr. Russ Deaton from TBR, Dr. Brian Nolan, who I know is somewhere in this room, I saw him walk in, from East Tennessee State University, and Dr. Keith Carver. Their voices were heard and very much recognized in this process. I can also tell you all, I've received a lot of communications from people outside of this room in support of our candidate, which we hope is going to accept the job. So with that, do we invite him back in here and propose this job? Could someone grab, yes, please, Treasurer Lillard.
I also think the commission needs to express its thanks to Dr. Robert Donnelly for applying and for his presentation and his statements here today and everything, and I hope he'll do that. Is he still here, and do we need to notify him about the action of the commission? If that's the case, then I would recommend that we, do that forthwith, okay?
Duly noted. Thank you so much. Dr. Gentile, would you mind joining us up here, please? I'm guessing because you've heard the applause that we are offering you the role of executive director at a permanent level. Will you accept?
Thank you. Absolutely. Thank you.
Excellent. We've also agreed to a $265,000 salary range for
Okay.
our
Thank
salary
you.
level. So thank you. Welcome again, I guess
I'm honored.
permanently.
I'm honored. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. We are going to take a brief recess. We're not going to have lunch yet, is anyone on lunchtime? A little bit early on lunch. Yeah. Is Lou Hanneman in here? No. Okay. I do need to have a conversation with Dr. Donnelly, but let's stand in recess for 15 minutes. All right. Just to let everyone else in the room know, we're going to extend our recess to include lunch. So we'll be back here in about, let's say 11:45. We are back from lunch. Thank you all. Hope you all had a good recess and lunch. Congratulations, Dr. Gentile.
Thank you.
For your permanent position appointment. We will start, give me 1 moment, I apologize. I'm going to go ahead and get started. Due to the fact that we did not have a permanent chair or a permanent executive director in place, I'm taking the liberty of having some additional updates in my opening remarks, which might take a little bit longer than normal, but not that long. But welcome. Congratulations again, Dr. Gentile. We very much appreciate the work you're doing. Much has taken place since the last time we all met in August. Dr. Gentile has actually met with most, if not all, the institution leaders across the state. I spent a lot of time with the governor's office, talking about budget, among other things. Dr. Julie Roberts, I don't know if she's back in here yet or not, but she convened all the chief academic officers from all the institutions across the state. And I believe it's the first time that they've all been convened. And so I know we'll hear from her in a little while. She's done amazing work, her and her team. Jesse Green started an email newsletter for THEC. It's the first proactive communications I've seen come out of this organization. And we've also evolved our commission governance to include 2 ad hoc committees. We hosted those committee meetings yesterday. Some of you were there. Most of us sat on the committee. And one is for access, academics, and completion. And thank you, Commissioner Winton, for serving as chair, as well as finance and operations. And thank you, Treasurer Lillard, for serving as chair. While these are new for the commission, and currently these are not permanent committees and still require further structure and definition, I expect we'll be able to address many nuances in the committees and allow the full commission conversations to be more strategically focused moving forward. Soon after our August meeting, one of the action items was to pull together a meeting with state leadership to understand more about the THEC and what the view of THEC was with state leadership. Interim Director Bob Smith, Dr. Gentile, Comptroller Mumpower, and myself met with the governor's office, Speaker Sexton, as well as Lieutenant Governor McNally. The purpose was to gain clarity on the focus of THEC and understand the legislative headwinds and paint a picture of what can be. Specifically, I wanted to address the academic capital and tuition processes that were brought up in Comptroller Mumpower's letter from last summer. While some perception of THEC may suggest change, the reality is Tennessee still needs a referee or an umpire or an arbiter, if you will. And like referees and umpires, for those of you that watch sports, sometimes we're the bad guy. State leadership was clear on the why for THEC and THEC authorities, but there needs to be a focus on the how. How does THEC exercise authority? Our processes like academic program approval, capital approval, tuition, data, et cetera, are those too cumbersome? Are they not transparent? How do we provide value in the higher education ecosystem in Tennessee? There are 3 things coming out of our meeting in August, but also the state leadership meeting. One is that relationships are key. Reaching out to Tennessee stakeholders was set as a priority over the past few months for the team, and this will be ongoing. These stakeholder relationships are the heartbeat of the Tennessee Higher Education Commission. These need to be fostered, starting with the THEC's executive director, but spanning throughout the organization. It doesn't just come from the top, it comes at all levels. I really applaud the focused work that Dr. Gentile, Dr. Roberts, and others have had over the past few years of past few months and leaning in to reconnect across Tennessee. I know that it has already improved relationships, and I know that because people have called me and told me. The second thing coming out of our last commission meeting, and also state leadership, was we need to assess process, or the how, for academic programs. We're going to hear from Dr. Roberts in a little while, but let me tell you what I heard in our last meeting. We heard the process for approving new academic programs inhibits institutions from responding to student need and workforce demands. Some programs just take way too long. I'm a curious soul, so I asked THEC to help me understand, give me the data. What I found is that the average time over the past few years from point of program notification to approval is about 250 days. It's a close to a 50-50 split between time that that application or program is spent at the institution and at THEC. Dr. Roberts and team have assessed the current approval process. They've ideated on opportunities to simplify, eliminate redundancy. And last month, she convened the institution's chief academic officers to gather input and feedback and work in partnership with all of those institutions to evolve the process for program approval. We expect, well, although we hear an update today, we do expect to hear final recommendations in January. I will tell you on this specific thing, I've talked with more than one institution leader at this point, and they said that it's the first time in a really long time that the institutions felt heard. And I think that's really important for THEC to understand the value that that has across the state. Every human being, sometimes dogs in my case too, love to know they're heard, right? You want to feel that. And that's really important as you have a relationship to support the different stakeholders to do its best for higher education across the state. The third area of focus is to assess the process or the how for capital approvals. What I heard is that THEC capital process inhibits institutions from reacting to the needs of the community, and the additional time adds significant costs to each project. What I found was that THEC's capital process follows the appropriation request cycle. This is an annual process all agencies and institutions participate in. THEC can be seen as the bad guy in this process. Sometimes someone has to say no, and that can cause challenges. The action right now, the next steps, is that THEC is convening a capital task force comprised of members from the State Building Commission, the institutions to determine how to evolve the capital approval process to be more streamlined and stable. We expect to hear recommendations early next year. I don't know if it'll make our January meeting, but certainly early part of next year. I have two other things I just want to comment on before we move into the regular schedule. And these are things that they're just comments, the things that I occasionally hear, and they're tied to operational comments. And I'd like to address these specifically. One has to do with institution engagement, and the other one has to do with staff experience. Most of our state face time with institutions as a commission is spent with program approvals, which is fine, but we don't really get to know the institution. And today, President Licari from Austin P is going to talk with us about Austin P, but we are now returning to a more consistent engagement with our institutions during our quarterly meetings. I expect we will either hear from or we will be visiting an institution at each of our quarterly meetings, just to stay reconnected. And I'll tell you, an organization that does that really well is the State Board of Education. They actually go to the higher education institutions, and I think that we need to do that. Regarding staff experience, multiple people have mentioned to me that the staff just doesn't have campus experience. And so, again, the curious person that I am, I asked for some additional information on that from THEC. The perception that THEC staff does not have campus experience is a perception, it's not reality. Most of the THEC staff have worked on campus, with the average of 8 years spent on the campus. So I can tell you, the staff of THEC not only gets higher education theory, but also gets it in practice to best support the students in the institutions. And I want to make sure that all the institutions hear that and recognize that they've got a team of people they can reach out to that has the experience and that are here to support you 100%. And my hope is that everyone feels heard in that process. So with that, we're going to talk a little about the agenda today. We've got a variety of things, if I can actually find my agenda, to cover. Oh, yay, thank you. Including, we're going to, obviously, we'll roll through the consent agenda, and then we'll talk about appropriations and tuition, which is always a fun discussion. And also, we'll talk about the capital projects recommendation, and we'll hear about some new academic programs. So with that, I'm going to Our first action item is the consent agenda. So there's 3 items on the consent agenda. Without objection, we will vote on them as a set. If there are no questions. Yes, at this time, we will pass it over to our newly appointed permanent executive director to give us his report.
Thank you. Honestly, that was working out okay because I'm still speechless, but I appreciate the moment here. Again, thank you, members of the commission. I will keep my remarks brief, though we do have some updates to some enrollment that I'd like to speak to, as well as a food insecurity report that our team has been working on under the work of Jacob Kamer and one of our interns, Amal, from this past year. So we'll turn to that here in a second. But I want to recognize a number of dignitaries in the audience today. We have in front of us, at least earlier today, and I'm sure they'll come in and out of here today, Chancellor Flora Tidings of Tennessee Board of Regents, President Michael Torrance of Motlow State Community College is also here today. Thank you. President Mike Licari of Austin Peay State University is here, and President Brian Nolan of East Tennessee State University. And also this morning, although I do not see him here today, right now we had Claude Presnell as president of TECUA. So I'm glad you guys are all here today, and of course all the staff as well from our institutions. Thank you. I also want to recognize several of our new staff members that we've had join here since last August, our last commission meeting. We have Elizabeth Heffington. If you're here, please stand, although I think just one of you guys are here. Elizabeth Heffington, THEC Reentry Reconnect Navigator from Middle Tennessee, just joined us recently. Sarah Marrero, she is our coordinator for college access communications. She is not here because she's presenting on what the heck is THEC today. And that's why she was unable to make it here today. And then also here for her first day on the job, our new Associate General Counsel, Jocelyn Mercado. Hello, Jocelyn. Mr. Sloan, I think you had a couple things you wanted to say briefly about Jocelyn.
Yes, thank you, Director Gentile. We are profoundly excited to have Jocelyn join our team. She is a freshly minted lawyer. Jocelyn, have you been sworn in yet? Okay, she's bona fide and ready to go. A lot of toil and trouble that this work brings us, and I appreciate the indulgence for just 1 second. She is a wonderful reminder of something. This is a young attorney who just finished out at LMU, Middle Tennessee State University, but something that really spoke to us as we interviewed her is she is also a member of the very first Tennessee Promise cohort and a graduate of Motlow State Community College. Every now and then you get a nice reminder of the work that has been done by this board and this staff through the years. We're really proud to have her on board. She brings energy and excitement to this opportunity with us, and I just wanted to take a moment to recognize her.
All right, thank you. I'm seeing a lot of people in the crowd doing the math right now. Yes, we're about 8 years in with Tennessee Promise. I also want to just shift gears slightly and recognize, and some of this I've communicated out to the commission, and others will be fresh news as well, but we've had, since our last commission meeting, a number of passings in the higher ed community I want to draw some attention to right now. I've discussed already with this body here the passing of Michael Marin, a research analyst for the Senate Education Committee, who has been with us very closely over the lifetime that I've been here at THEC. Been a lot of support for us. His untimely passing needs to be noted. President Orenthia Montague of Volunteer State Community College passed away in late September as well. I was able to attend her service. It was beautiful. It speaks a lot to her life, and we are going to miss her. President Joe Johnson, University of Tennessee System, president back in the 1990s, and his service to the state goes all the way back to the Ellington administration in 1960. He passed away on September 29th at the age of 90. At ETSU, Provost Bert Bach, who was a longtime provost at ETSU from 1994 to 2020. Before that, Vice Chancellor of Academic Affairs at Tennessee Board of Regents. Before that, Executive Dean of Faculty and Dean of Arts and Sciences at UT Chattanooga. And he, as you can tell by that, touched all aspects of higher ed and was very involved in THEC as well, in the task force, the Formula Review Committee, master plan committees over the years. His passing must be recognized, and his contributions to the state as well. Then one last one, if I may. Back in May of 2022, we had a retreat at Tennessee Tech University and a report on the college going rate report. And this body here, I remember Treasurer Lillard, it was actually you. You looked at Lake County High School and its big growth in college going, and you asked, it's like a 35% increase in college going. What's happening there? And we were quickly to speak to our advised TN counselor who was working there, Tanya Fuller McKellar. And she was an advised TN counselor there until she got ill herself, and she passed away just last month, unfortunately. I was able to attend her service at Dyersburg State Community College. She's a former Dyersburg State employee as well. She's a former Dyer County commissioner. I know, Commissioner, you knew her well. And just being at that service this past Saturday, all the conversation about the oasis that she gave to Lake County High School for students who wanted to go on to colleges, it was a good reminder as to her strength and what she did for the state. And so if I can, just have a moment of silence for those who have passed the last few months. Okay, thank you. To shift gears ever so slightly, I'd like to call up, first of all, we're going to hear from Paige Elliott and Jacob Kamer. Yesterday, we had our committees for the first time. We did name committee chairs, the commission did. Going forward, we'll hear committee reports from those chairs. But today, we're going to hear from staff who staffed that committee to update us on those committees. Paige Elliott.
Good afternoon, Dr. Gentile, Chair Scarlett, and members of the commission. My name is Paige Elliott, and I'm the Director of Research and Strategy here at THEC. Today, I'd like to share an update on Tennessee's enrollment picture for fall of 2023. This update cannot be provided without the support of our institutional research partners across the state who provided this data, as well as the tireless work of the rest of the research and strategy team behind me. I want to extend my gratitude for the teamwork that supports this presentation today. But before we look at fall 2023, I want to take us back to fall 2022. So last fall, we started to see a positive outlook for enrollment following the disruptions of the COVID-19 pandemic, with undergraduate enrollment relatively flat and first-time freshman enrollment increasing, notably at Tennessee State University, at Tennessee Tech University, and at the University of Tennessee, Knoxville. Additionally, by the end of the academic year, we were able to see that retention rates have rebounded, rising 2 percentage points overall from the prior year, as shown on the far right side of the graph in front of you. Fall-to-fall retention is a measure of first-time, full-time freshmen who remain enrolled in public higher education in that subsequent fall term. Like I said, retention rates grew in all sectors, just under 1 percentage point at our community colleges, 1.4 percentage point at UT institutions, and 3 percentage points at locally governed institutions. THEC has also recently released our annual reports on the Tennessee Education Lottery Scholarship and on Tennessee Promise. In the Hope Scholarship Program in particular, we see these enrollment gains and retention improvements play through for our scholarship recipients. The number of first-time recipients of the Hope Scholarship and its supplements increased a full 4% between fall 2021 and fall 2022. The overall retention rate of first-time Hope Scholarship recipients increased 3 percentage points to 78%, while the scholarship renewal rate increased 2 percentage points to 58%. These are really promising signs that higher education in Tennessee is stabilizing following the disruptions of 2020 and beyond. As I hope you've heard by now, the high school class of 2022 also saw an increase in seamless enrollments into post-secondary education in fall of 2022. Our college-going rate, which is a measure of those public high school graduates in the state who enroll in post-secondary education anywhere in the country, rebounded by 1.5 percentage points to 54.3%. As you see here, though, disparities do still exist in college going by race and ethnicity, though all groups saw gains in 2022. Additionally, college going rate gains continue to vary by gender, with males making up more ground than females in the most recent year. However, all groups still have room to improve as we aim to return to and exceed the college going rates we saw prior to the pandemic. As momentum year 2023 winds down, THEC and TSAC's efforts to increase college-going rates are not stopping. While we do not yet have a college-going rate calculated for the class of 2023, we were excited to report last November a record-breaking number of Tennessee Promise applicants for those students. Now, a year later, I'm happy to report that we closed the Tennessee Promise application this November 1st with another record high count of applicants, over 66,000 applicants. for the high school class of 2024, which is a 3.6% increase over the high school class of 2023. Certainly work remains to help these students to complete the FAFSA upon its release in December and to enroll those students come next fall, but the momentum continues. We are not taking our foot off the gas. That said, I'd like to move to the most recent data we have available, and that is our 14th day enrollment counts across Tennessee public colleges and universities. Here you will see the overall undergraduate headcount change for each university and for the community college system as a whole, comparing enrollment at that 14th day from fall 2022 to fall 2023. Overall, undergraduate headcount across the state grew 2.4% this fall, with universities seeing a 2.1% growth and community colleges seeing a 2.8% growth. These gains, as you can see here, are not occurring evenly across our campuses, with the University of Tennessee Knoxville and Austin Peay State University seeing the largest gains. So maybe President Licari can fill us in on what the secret sauce is there. And other institutions saw more modest growth. You'll see declines at Tennessee State University shown here. These are largely driven by stabilizing in the freshman class, following last year's significant and explosive growth. Not shown here, but nevertheless important, I believe this came up yesterday as well as it relates to funding formula, are small growth in graduate student headcounts. This is up 0.6% overall, driven by a 4.7% increase in graduate student headcounts within the University of Tennessee system. As you may recall, graduate student enrollment surged nationwide during the pandemic, but here in Tennessee appears to be returning to more typical levels, and that's similar to what we see across the country. Here you'll see changes in first-time freshman enrollment, again between fall 2022 and fall 2023. Statewide, first-time freshman enrollment is down 2.6%, driven by the university sector, where first-time freshman enrollment is down 4.5%. At community colleges, first-time freshman enrollment stabilized, a welcome development after the drastic declines that those institutions saw since fall 2020. In the university sector, several institutions welcomed their largest freshman classes ever this fall, and others saw double-digit growth in first-time freshman headcounts. The University of Tennessee Southern did see a lower count of first-time freshmen. However, that 11.5% that you're seeing on the graph represents 24 students, as UT Southern is a relatively small institution. And finally, again, Tennessee State University saw an incoming freshman class this year that was more similar to the size of the class welcomed in fall 2021, as fall 2022 saw explosive growth at that institution and at other HBCUs across the country. I want to now turn to a brief look at the national picture of post-secondary enrollments, starting with a view of what observers predicted back in August and September. At the time, all eyes were on the nation's community colleges, the sector hit hardest by enrollment declines during the pandemic. Speculation was hopeful that this fall would stop those declines. Then we started to get word from some of Tennessee's universities, who made headlines with the largest freshman classes in school history at East Tennessee State and at the University of Tennessee Chattanooga, while the University of Tennessee Knoxville's overall campus enrollment broke campus records. Finally, on September 26th, THEC was proud to announce that over 4,500 more students had enrolled at our community colleges and public universities this fall compared to last, that 2.2% growth we saw on the first slide. However, as these headlines show, not all states have seen growth this fall. Other states in the South are seeing growth in the university sector, but some states and sectors nationwide are not seeing these gains. However, aside from relying on these anecdotal reports from these headlines shown here, we are also able to share a nationwide summary from the National Student Clearinghouse. Their report covers about 55% of the institutions that report data to the Clearinghouse and represents fall 2023 enrollments as of the end of September. Nationally, the picture is looking up. Undergraduate enrollment is up 2.1% from last fall, putting Tennessee just ahead of the curve. Nationally, this trend is driven by public two-year institutions, which saw growth at 4.4%, as predicted by those headlines we saw a moment ago. Freshman enrollment is down nationwide, mostly at four-year institutions. Most of Tennessee's public universities are bucking this trend, with growing freshman enrollments as shown a couple slides back. And as noted earlier, graduate student enrollment is also stabilizing across the country, and Tennessee remains right in line with this trend. In terms of demographics, national trends show that male enrollment is growing more than female enrollment. Hispanic or Latino, Asian, Black, and multiracial students all saw enrollment growth, while other racial and ethnic groups saw small declines. Finally, significant dual enrollment growth continues across the country, with students aged 17 or younger growing enrollments at 8.8% nationwide. However, enrollment of students aged 18 to 20, so perhaps that more typical demographic, as well as of adults aged 30 and over, also grew at about 3% each. While THEC does not yet have demographic data for fall 2023, these are trends that we will be sure to monitor, and we anticipate releasing these demographic details for fall 2023 in our higher education fact book in May. So in summary, fall 2023 saw growth in undergraduate headcounts across all sectors in Tennessee, a very welcome change from the declines observed in previous years. While most of Tennessee's public institutions remain below enrollment counts seen prior to the COVID-19 pandemic and resulting disruptions, enrollment is rebounding. Tennessee appears largely in line with nationwide trends, but highlights of record-setting freshman enrollments at some institutions, increases in our college-going rate, and increasing applicant counts for Tennessee Promise are exciting indicators for the future. On the screen, you'll see a QR code. This will take you to the landing page for all of our reporting, including the college-going rate, Tennessee Education Lottery Scholarship, Tennessee Promise, and fact book reporting mentioned today, as well as an email address where you can reach our team with any questions. And so with that, I will open the floor for any questions about this update. Yes.
Thank you, Director Elliott, for that report. Thank you for the QR code. That's great to have. Can you talk to us a little bit about the why for a 50% decline in freshman enrollment at TSU? I mean, I recall last year the scholarship came through, but there was no housing to go with it, even though housing had been promised in the scholarship, and so there was the big bad publicity blotch at that time. Is that driving this, or is it something else?
So the freshman class at TSU increased, I believe it was 117% from fall 21 to 22. What we see this year with a 50% decline means we're back to that fall of 2021 level. So my understanding is that the institution has sort of shifted their priorities, kind of recalibrated in light of all of the events that happened after that freshman class last year. They also have continued to retain students at a pretty high rate. And so, so the influx of students that came in, it was not that we saw all of them evaporate and disappear.
Yeah.
But yeah, so essentially, I believe it's just a handful of students in terms of count, different between fall 23 and fall 21. So they had essentially a large spike, and now we're kind of back to where they were prior to that spike.
I thought that might be it, but I appreciate the clarification.
Yes.
Ms. Elliott, thank you again for your presentation. You mentioned there, and I just want to make sure I understood it correctly, that for the national data, there's been an increase seen in males college going. I've been hearing data to the contrary, that males are declining. So can you reconcile that for me?
Yeah, so we saw through the pandemic that those pandemic impacts on college enrollments hit males especially hard. What we've seen in the rebound is that males have continued to grow more quickly than females. That said, they're starting from a further back position. And so while male enrollment is increasing at a faster rate than female enrollment, when you're starting from behind, they've not caught up yet. I believe the discrepancy is, let's see, I actually have that here. In Tennessee, the male college going rate for the class of 2022 was 48.3%. For females, it was 60.2%. So that gap, while closing, remains rather large for our males.
Is that a concern that we should monitor going forward in terms of the male college going rate, even though it obviously it's not declining, as you say, but it's still so much lower? Does it still have the potential that it could fall off further compared to females?
Certainly, and I think when we think about the programs that are offered in the state, we want to be sure that as we look to compete in higher education with high wages, that we are considering academic programs and opportunities that may appeal to those male students, that our Advise and Gear Up counselors and all the other people across the state who are doing college access work are aware of those disparities and know how important it is to make sure that males are being connected to education opportunities that they're gonna find fulfilling, rather than maybe being pulled away by some of those higher wage opportunities we're seeing in the market right now.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Ms. Elliott? Okay, thank you very much, Paige. Sir?
I just want to make sure, where are we stand on quorum? Because I do know that if we have action items we need to take up, okay, never mind, thank you.
I was just texting with Dr. Kamer, who's going to present on food insecurity report. We'll hear from you perhaps in January, as we're about to lose quorum here. I do want to have Dr. Julie Roberts come up here really briefly to give an update on the committees, what happened last year. That way that can help us flow through the rest of the agenda faster than Mr. Jason Cavender as well. Dr. Roberts?
Is this just a test to see if I can be brief?
Yes.
I will be brief. We did have our first committee meeting yesterday, and again, I want to give thanks to the committee members for such great dialogue. I know it was really helpful to me and the team, and so really looking forward to those continued conversations. First order of business was to elect Dakasha Winton as the chair, who was not there, but Stephen has confirmed, or Dr. Denshall, excuse me, that she is willing to serve as our chair, so excited to have her chairing that committee. We did, I'm kind of trying to go through here quick. We did hear presentations from THEC staff on each of the consent items that you have in front of you on the agenda for today, and they were all voted as recommended for approval. We also heard from our campus partners for 3 new academic programs, which we will also vote on today and were also recommended for approval. And then 2 informational items, one on post-approval monitoring and the other around the new academic program approval process. I do quickly want to highlight a couple of discussion points that were raised during the meeting. First of all, there was some discussion around whether or not we should bring centers to the committee or to the commission for approval. Or if we should consider delegated authority to the executive director in the future. That delegated authority would allow centers to be approved more quickly and be more nimble in offering complete programs at off-campus locations. Mayor Wharton did give us some contextual knowledge around capital acquisitions had been part of the center approval in the past, and sometimes that had been challenging. So suggestion was made that we could flag those situations as we are approving off-campus locations. We are currently looking at revising our off-campus policy, and we'll incorporate these suggestions into our proposed changes that we'll hopefully have for you in January or May. Second, there was discussion regarding how we evaluate and use mission profiles. Traditionally, we compile these to present to the commission for annual approval. It was suggested by the committee that we consider looking at mission profiles with an eye to the geographic impact they have, as well as gauging if there are gaps in the regional workforce needs that are not addressed by institutional mission profiles. Furthermore, it was noted that while many of the community college profiles mentioned transfer, this was not the case for many of our university partners. Lastly, I did want to provide a quick update on the conversation regarding new academic program approval process. At the committee meeting, I provided an overview of our stakeholder conversations that Madam Chair Scarlett mentioned earlier. We've been talking to our campus stakeholders, our CAOs, our program liaisons, anyone that we engage with on the campuses about what our academic program approval process looks like. We asked them some hard questions, and I summarized those responses, which I'm always happy to share if anyone's interested. But one of the things that came up, and I know Secretary Hargreaves, you really mentioned this several times about what's the value add. And so my team and I, we're going to go back and really think about that. I know we've already had some of those conversations internally, engage our external stakeholders again, and really think about what is the value add, what are the pieces of that puzzle that you look for when we bring you new academic programs, and what helps our campuses get quicker to market with new academic programs. So we hope to provide an update for that in January.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Roberts. Mr. Cavender?
And yes, as Sheila mentioned, their committee met yesterday. The Finance and Operations Committee met yesterday afternoon. Treasurer Lillard was elected chair of the committee. There was robust discussion surrounding appropriations, tuition fee recommendations, and capital projects. The committee recommended the appropriations request with one suggested amendment, which will be discussed later in this agenda. Because the quorum could not be maintained after the first item was voted upon, no further votes or formal committee action was taken. The remainder of the time was an informational work session. The committee heard presentations regarding a tuition and fee guiding range, a capital outlay and maintenance recommendation, and a staff request regarding a THEC policy amendment relative to financial and statistical reporting.
Thank you, Mr. Cavender. Madam Chair?
We're going to roll forward to the consent agenda. There are 3 items on the agenda. Without objection, we will vote on them as a set. Are there any?
No objection, so moved.
Madam Secretary?
Chairwoman Scarlett?
Aye.
Commissioner Allman? Commissioner Knight?
Aye.
Commissioner Coben? Commissioner Matlock?
Aye.
Commissioner Stafford? Commissioner Wharton?
Aye.
Secretary Hargett? Treasurer Lillard?
Aye.
Comptroller Mumpower? No. Chairwoman, you have 9 ayes.
Wonderful, thank you so much. We will move on to the regular calendar at this point, the 24-25 operating state appropriations recommendation. Mr. Russell Van Zomeren, Senior Director of Fiscal Policy. Did I just screw up your last name? What's your last
It
name?
was actually pretty good.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Whatever you want it to be.
You could have been forgiven if you did screw it up.
How
Most
do you,
people
how do you pronounce it?
Van Zomeren.
Van Zomeren.
Yeah.
But you'll provide us an overview of the state appropriations recommendation and the amendment set forth by the Finance and Operations Committee.
Thank you. Russell Van Zomeren, Senior Director of Fiscal Policy, here to present on the operating appropriation recommendation. We spent yesterday in committee about an hour talking about this. I think if we worked together today, we could probably do that in 10 minutes. And so what I'll do is hit this at a very high level, and we'll pause as people have questions. Each year, as we approach the budget, we're thinking about the things that we can do to make our institutions better, to make the higher education enterprise work better. Our budget encompasses some 10,000 data points that we are checking, each of these informing our budget. I said this yesterday, I'll say it again today. It's also informed by the relationships that we have with various people across the state, thinking about our partners at Finance and Administration, who have been wonderful to work with, our team here at THEC, who, as you all know, are fantastic, the many institutions represented behind me, the UT system, the TBR board, all of our LGIs, fantastic to work with, and they've all been great partners on our budget for this year. Here is the budget at a high level. You can see it in those 5 big categories. Each of these items, as we'll walk through today, is attempting to tackle a particular problem, right? And so we'll get through each of those things and think about how they might inform higher education for FY25. The first number we'll talk about is that $17 million for our outcomes-based funding formula. This is a much smaller number, probably than you all have seen in previous years, thinking about FY24 or FY23, both of which were at or above $100 million. There are a few reasons why this number is going to be smaller. First and foremost, it does not include a salary request. Sometimes that's something that we do in our funding formula. In this particular year, that is happening elsewhere, and so that's going to take off a decent chunk of this money. We also know that we are not requesting to buy down inflation in the same way that we have in years past. That's going to affect our conversation for the next item, looking at tuition and fees. And finally, we know that our outcomes are somewhat stagnant this year, and we can actually see that here. We have a chart in front of you here. Actually, the next 4 charts are in this format, thinking about, okay, for each individual outcome, is it up relative to where it was a year ago? And is it up relative to where it was in 2019, 2020? So that first year in the 4 years that we're looking at for this year. At our community colleges, we can see 3 key trends. First, our pandemic effects are still playing through, especially at those upper level progressions or the awards. Second, we know that our shorter term and enrollment-based metrics are up. This is great news, thinking about job placements, workforce training, awards per 100 FTE. Our workforce training credit or hours, our contact hours for this year were over 1 million. That's the first time in the history of the formula. It's something I know TBR is very proud of, and we are too here at THEC. And lastly, there are reasons to perhaps be optimistic for future years. Things that are not up relative to where they were in 2019 or 2020, but are up relative to where they were last year. This is our 12, 24 credit hours and those certificates. We're trending in the right direction on a lot of these outcomes. We can also look at our focus populations, right? That's a key part of our formula, thinking about those adult, low-income, or underprepared students, and understanding how things are going there. This is a major concern. We don't have to get into it too much today, but know that THEC and TBR are working diligently to solve some of these issues, and some of the budget items we'll talk about today hopefully will help with that. Pandemic effects still playing through here. Certificates, again, showing some reasons to be optimistic for future years. Looking at the universities, things are a bit better, but still some challenges, certainly. Pandemic effects at those 90 credit hours and the associates and bachelor's degrees, that 6-year graduation rate, these are students who would have started in fall of 2017. That graduation rate is down. These people would have been juniors by the time that the pandemic hit, and so we're seeing maybe these people were more affected than in prior years, people who were already seniors. I expect we'll keep a close eye on this as we move into the next few years for graduation rate. Similarly, our shorter-term graduation and non-enrollment-based outcomes are up at the university, and reasons to be optimistic for future years. Focus populations, again, they're better here. Pandemic effects playing through. When we think about at our universities, students earning 90 credit hours, we have to remember a lot of these students are actually community college transfer students coming into the universities. And so when the universities, when the community colleges are struggling to transfer students, that's also then affecting our universities here. That's not the only thing we're seeing here, but it is a piece of it. And then we have some reasons, again, to be optimistic for future years. Things that are trending in the right direction one year, but not up relative to where they were in 2019, 2020. Of course, every year you all see something like this slide showing the shares of funding that would go to each institution. A quick reminder, the formula allocates just north of $1.5 billion. So 1% here is $15 million, 0.1%, $1.5 million, and so on. So even some of these small changes can be pretty meaningful to our institutions. East Tennessee is a great example of an institution that's sort of slowly built over the many years that we've had the formula. There are other stories happening too, community colleges building on the strength of Promise and Reconnect to get their shares up to the highest that they were at in 21-22, and then struggling through the pandemic and those shares coming back down. What we know is that every institution has its own unique formula story, and we share these stories with the institutions as we travel across the state, both the successes, of which there are many, but also the very real, legitimate challenges. We have $7.6 million for our specialized units in this request. Just a quick reminder what units we're talking about when we're talking about our specialized units. That 7.6 is 3.7 for the medical units that you see up there in the top left, as well as 3.9 for the research and public service units that you see off to your right. Something that we have worked on this year, talking about THEC constantly improving and trying to find ways to do our budget better, is a revised medical unit formula. You can see on the left what our formula looked like in 23-24 and for the prior 20 years. On the right, how it looks this year. We're really proud of this effort. This is something that actually came to us through our partners throughout the state, a need for a revised medical unit formula, and in partnership with FNA, with ETSU, with UT, we were able to get that done this year. I'm pretty proud of it.
Mr. Van Zomeren, in the interest of time, knowing that we had a full conversation about this yesterday, I do want you to hit briefly these strategic initiatives, but can you also be sure to talk to the amendment, and then we can have a discussion.
Let's do it. Strategic initiatives, you do have them in your materials. We also have them up here on the slides. Here are strategic initiatives for the LGIs, for the UT system, as well as for TBR. And the important thing you'll see here on TBR, we had a conversation with the committee yesterday to amend these two items. That first strategic initiatives is amended or recommended for amendment up to $1.8 million. The last one there, the multi-generational workforce pipeline, recommended for amendment up to $3.8 million, something for this board to consider at the conclusion of this presentation. We've talked a lot about cybersecurity. We have a request in our budget this year for that. I'm happy to talk more about it at the end if we have questions. And then we have a few agency requests. Two big concerns for THEC, labor force participation, bringing costs down for our lowest income students. We feel this budget does both of those things. Our agency requests, again, in your materials, also up here on the slides. Happy to stop and talk through any of them if you have a particular interest. And the last thing on our slides, $35.9 million. That's not a number to scoff at. This would increase the number of students who are eligible for TSA. Well, rather, there are more students that we know will be eligible for TSA here soon, and this will make sure that the funding is available for them to receive those funds. With that, I'll take any questions.
Yes, Mr. Van Zomeren, he did go over the amendment itself. The amendment was for the Tennessee Board of Regents, their student support network, a revision up from $1.6 million to $1.8 million. And for the creating a multi-generational pipeline, amended from $3.3 million to $3.8 million. These changes, these requests, and these items specifically came to us right as our materials were heading out. And I talked to Chancellor Tidings, and the context behind them were just simple estimates on why those changes did take place. And yesterday, the committee did recommend the inclusion of this amendment with the passing. Committee Chair.
Right, so the committee considered this item yesterday, and I want to report that the committee recommended for approval this operating budget along with the amendments that Dr. Gentile just read, so I'd move approval of those items.
I'll second that. Madam Secretary?
Chairwoman Scarlett?
Aye.
Commissioner Allman?
Aye.
Commissioner Knight?
Aye.
Commissioner Coben? Commissioner Matlock?
Aye.
Commissioner Stafford? Commissioner Wharton?
Aye.
Secretary Hargett? Treasurer Lillard? Comptroller Mumpower?
Aye.
Chairwoman, you have 10 ayes.
Wonderful, thank you so much. Congratulations. Oh, you're also talking about the next part, aren't you?
I am. I'm happy to move straight into it.
Why don't you go ahead and move straight into that? That'd be great.
Let's do that. So our second item here is the 24-25 guiding tuition fee ranges. As you all will recall, each year this body sets both guiding and binding fee ranges on tuition and combined tuition and mandatory fees. The November meeting, we typically set a guiding range. This is to help our institutions understand where the board might intend to go should the appropriation request be met. Again, this is guiding both for the institutions, but also for you all. You are able to revise this when we reconvene in the spring. A few data points here, just as with the last presentation. I'll go pretty quick, try and keep our quorum, and if you all have questions, we can pause. We know tuition and fees have been relatively low, certainly since this board has had binding tuition authority, maybe even a few years prior. Looking back over the last 20 years of tuition history, we can see we're not that far removed from the days where tuition might have been into the double digits, sometimes as high as 20% increases. I will pause on this slide. As I told the committee yesterday, this is my favorite slide in the whole deck. What we have done, what this board has done in the last few years, is bought back a decade of tuition purchasing power for our students. So, of course, those nominal costs tend to go up year after year after year, but the real cost, the percent of their budget that they might need to put towards higher education for our students is at the lowest that it's been in a decade. That's still much higher than it was in the prior decade, as you can see here, but this is a real improvement. We've been able to do that at the same time as making sure our institutions remain in good financial health. This is our composite financial health index. Happy to talk more about it, but generally, institutions that are near or above the blue line are doing really well. Institutions that are at or below the red line there may be struggling. Looking at our data on composite financial index, we understand that our institutions are maybe in the best financial health that they've been in for the past 20 years. To do that at the same time as being able to pass some savings on to students is a really remarkable thing and something this board should be proud of. Thinking about where we're at for this upcoming year, inflation has calmed, but it's still pretty high. That 4.4% is what we're looking at for this year's inflation. That's much lower than it was last year, much higher than it was the prior 30 years. So this is still a conversation, unfortunately, that informs our data today. This is a quick reminder of how our model works. It's a bit of an oversimplification, but helps you understand the idea. So taking our total revenue, adding in core CPI, understanding the new inflationary growth that our institutions might need, and then dividing that between the appropriations and estimated tuition need. Last year, when we came to you all, in May, the board voted on a 0 to 3% increase, coupled with $112 million in appropriations and 6.3% core inflation. This year, our model suggests with a 17 million appropriation recommendation and an estimated 3% salary increase. I say estimated, that's truly a THEC estimate of $41 million, that the tuition model suggests 0 to 6%. Something I want to make clear to this board is that we are not asking you all to vote on a 0 to 6% range. In fact, if our THEC staff were to come to you with a range, it may well not be a 0 to 6%. This is a model, right? And it's a tool that's very helpful for having us understand what the institutional financial needs might be. But the model does not have the power to set tuition authority. This board does. And so I expect that to be a conversation. Some other data here. Really what I want you to take away from these few slides is that as you set tuition, those increased costs are unlikely necessarily to pass on to our community college students because of the number of aid programs that we have. It has real implications for those aid programs. It has real implications for those students in the terms of what they have available to them in terms of housing, food, transportation, you name it. But in the form of tuition, Tennessee actually does a lot between Reconnect, Promise, TSA, Pell, to make sure those students have funding. It's a slightly different story at the 4 years. I expect that's pretty intuitive for most of us. In debt, our community colleges are doing pretty well. First would be best, so 6 is still pretty good. What we know is most students at our community colleges actually have 0 debt, but for those that do, it remains relatively low compared to the other 50 states. Again, at the universities, it's more middle of the pack. And finally, looking at net price, a very similar story. It tends to be slightly higher here in Tennessee for our 4 years relative to the peer states around us, slightly lower at the community colleges than the peer states around us. A quick slide just on what other states around us are doing. I'm happy to talk through any of that, but some states, of course, keeping it really low. Some states, looking at Missouri, going as high as 20%. And so it's a mixed bag when you look at the peer states around us as to how they're handling these tuition ranges in any given year. I have this slide here, and you all have a sheet, I believe, in front of you that lays out what each tuition increase would be. During the committee meeting yesterday, we did not land on a specific range. We certainly talked about advantages of sticking with the 0 to 6 model, and there's conversation as well about what it would look like to do 0 to 3, 0 to 4, 0 to 5, whatever that might be. And so I open this conversation to the board. I'm here for questions.
Madam Chair, as Russ said, the committee considered this matter. We did not have a quorum, so we could not actually vote on it. But and so I individually would move that we approve a guiding range of 0 to 4%. That's my motion at this point. That's going to be subject to revision in the future. That will probably be revised in the future.
Second.
Madam Secretary.
Chairwoman Scarlett?
Aye.
Commissioner Allman? Commissioner Knight?
Aye.
Commissioner Coben? Commissioner Matlock?
Aye.
Commissioner Stafford? Commissioner Wharton?
Aye.
Secretary Hargett? Treasurer Lillard?
Aye.
Comptroller Mumpower? Comptroller Mumpower?
Aye.
Chairwoman, you have 10 ayes.
Wonderful. The motion carries. Thank you, Mr. Van Zomeren. Get it straight. So we're going to move on to capital project recommendation. Next on the agenda, Mr. Paul Marsh, Senior Director of Facilities and Planning and Preparedness, will provide an overview of the capital projects recommendation. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Director Gentile, members of the Commission. I'll be very brief. I'll go through this if there's any questions at the end. Very quickly, I'm presenting the FY 24-25 capital outlay budget for you to consider, or capital budget to consider. There are 12 projects. I'm just going to go through these very quickly. UT Knoxville Chemistry Building, MTSU, ETSU, Ball State, Tennessee Tech, University of Tennessee Chattanooga, University of Tennessee Health Science Center, TSU New Engineering Building, Memphis Modernization, TCAT Shelbyville, Austin Peay Military Academic Building, and the Robertson County Sumner County campus. That is a total of $861.6 million in state appropriation request. There are 3 renovations, 2 new campuses. All the outlay projects that were put forward are recommended, and as always in all years, the process was independently read and scored by 7 evaluators and prioritized according to the median score. There's the,
Yes.
Why don't we use the median score instead of the mean?
that is a, based on the way that the process has been identified in the past and that we've broken it out and we've looked at it multiple different ways, the median produced, how do I say this? That was the most accurate mathematical way to produce an overall reflection of the projects and of the scores. Because with the rubric being broken down, and I should have mentioned that this year we've included the rubric in the materials that you all have all received off to the side there. That's the first year we've done that. So you can see the individual median scores of the individual sections of the rubric, and then that breaks down and gives an overall median score as it gets added. That probably, it may be too much to answer that question in the short amount of time we have here. I am happy to have an at-length discussion at that. Anytime you
I look
want
forward to
Secretary.
that.
I'll be happy to, Secretary,
Yeah, I look forward to
absolutely.
that.
Secretary Hargan, if I may, this is a decision that was implemented back at the very beginning of the capital process, before Paul was here, and when I was just starting off over that process. And it was a conversation then about what works best, average or median. The average was batted about as a potential pathway forward, but we decided then that in order to not have the score of prioritization be swayed too much by the extremes, the median was the best way to get the true median value, middle value of that score. That was the decision we made back then for that. And it was following other processes we saw played out. TBR's designer selection, for instance, was using median, and that's where it was born from.
I'll look forward to a lunchtime discussion about that sometime. I really.
I'll be happy to walk you through all of the math through it, absolutely.
I'm not going to belabor the point. Thank you.
Understood. In addition so that's the capital outlay breakdown there of $861.6 million for capital outlay state appropriation request. In addition to that, there's a demolitions request for $5.5 million. That encompasses 12 buildings. 207,000 square feet would be removed. It's worth noting that the removal of those 12 buildings, if approved for capital demolition outside of outlay projects, would remove over $525,000 annually of operation and maintenance cost. In addition to that, we have 104 projects for capital maintenance totaling $251.5 million. There's also an ADA funding request. This is a one-time request of $117.4 million to do ADA accessibility improvements campuses across the state. And then there is also a $28 million safety and security ask. This would be viewed as a step in the right direction, but not necessarily a one-time ask, for a total capital maintenance ask of $396.9. There are 11 disclosure projects, 9 of which are revenue funded, 2 of which are TSSBA. The TSSBA funded projects are $114.7 million. And that is the end of the capital discussion, unless there are any questions. I hope I was brief enough.
Any questions? Comment, please?
I'm not going to vote for this, and I'm going to say why. Because I totally disagree that we tell these schools or system to submit a certain number of projects, because I believe we need a more holistic view. And I don't agree with the chicken in every pot theory. I don't fault you for that. It precedes you. But I think we need to be able to take a total look at everything that's out there and really analyze, lay that over labor workforce development needs and a lot of other things. So I'm not going to vote for it.
Please.
Let me address that point. The committee, I feel somewhat the same as the secretary does, but the committee didn't have a quorum yesterday, so we discussed this matter to a great degree with staff and among ourselves and all that, and the committee will be taking this up. Committee's brand new, so there is some pre-work required here, a small amount to get to the bottom of this. So in the future, there will probably, I would guess, be a different methodology used, is probably my guess at this point. But today, this is what we happen to have in the bakery today, okay? So, all right.
I will say, too, there's a capital task force that I believe you both will be part of to have some of these conversations moving forward.
All right, so I'll move, the committee did not act on this, but I will move that we approve capital outlay recommendation for 24-25, state appropriation of $861.6 million. It was a little bit different number, but the actual number was given in the presentation. And capital maintenance for 24-25 recommendation for capital maintenance is $251.5 million for 104 different projects. Does that cover all the elements we need to cover?
That covers all the capital maintenance. It does not cover the ADA and security that would
Yeah,
be.
the
in addition
ADA
to
and
that.
security, but you want to state the amounts on those again for the purpose?
The ADA request is 117.4, and the safety and security request is 28 million.
All right, so those are included in the motion.
Do we have a second? Madam Secretary?
Chairwoman Scarlett?
Aye.
Commissioner Allman? Commissioner Knight?
Aye.
Commissioner Coben? Commissioner Matlock?
I'm going to apologize to the committee. I missed the meeting yesterday, thereby causing the quorum not to be in place. I truly am sorry about that. And I'll vote aye.
Commissioner Stafford? Commissioner Wharton?
Aye.
Secretary Hargett? Treasurer Lillard?
Aye.
Comptroller Mumpower? Comptroller Mumpower?
Aye.
Chairwoman, you have 9 ayes and 1 nay.
Wonderful, thank you so much. Next up, we have academic programs. We've got 3 programs to approve. We cannot vote on those in a slate. I'm assuming that everyone has read the information. I will ask, rather than Dr. Roberts walking us through each of these, to save time, because we would like Treasurer Lillard to be here for a quorum. I'd like to see if we can get, if you have any questions on any of these, we'll start there.
If I can, I would offer a motion to approve all of them. They were thoroughly vetted by the committee yesterday.
I'll second.
Robust conversation.
I'll second that.
Can we vote as a slate? Yes. Okay, wonderful. Madam Secretary?
Chairwoman Scarlett?
Aye.
Commissioner Allman? Commissioner Knight?
Aye.
Commissioner Coben? Commissioner Matlock?
Aye.
Commissioner Stafford? Commissioner Wharton?
Aye.
Secretary Hargett? Treasurer Lillard?
Aye.
Comptroller Mumpower? Comptroller Mumpower?
Aye.
Chairwoman, you have 10 ayes.
Wonderful, thank you very
I
much.
apologize that I have to run to
No
another
worries,
meeting.
I appreciate
Okay,
it.
thank you.
There's one. We do have a quorum, we don't need electronic?
Madam Chair, we do have a quorum through electronic participation. That would require a quick approval of the statement of necessity to proceed with action items.
Would you mind reading it?
Board members, a quorum of members are participating electronically today. As such, Tennessee Code annotated Section 844-108B2 requires that the commission make a determination that a necessity exists in order for a quorum of members to participate by electronic or other means of communication. A necessity means that the matters to be considered by a public body at a meeting require timely action by the body, that physical presence by a quorum of the members is not practical within the time period requiring action, and that participation by a quorum of the members by electronic or other means of communication is necessary. In this case, 2 facts support a determination of necessity. First, today's agenda items require timely action by this commission to provide information for the upcoming legislative session and institutional board meetings and needs. Second, scheduling conflicts and other commitments prevented a quorum of members from being physically present today.
We're looking for a motion to accept this. Madam Secretary?
Chairwoman Scarlett?
Aye.
Commissioner Allman? Commissioner Knight?
Aye.
Commissioner Coben? Commissioner Matlock? Commissioner Stafford? Commissioner Wharton?
Aye.
Secretary Hargett? Comptroller Mumpower?
Aye.
Chairwoman, you have 9 ayes.
Wonderful, thank you so much. The next item is a revision to the financial and statistical reporting policy. Dr. Jacob Kramer, data strategist, will provide us an overview of the revision policy. Dr. Kramer?
Dr.
Good
Kim, if I-
afternoon.
Madam Chair, if I can, just
Yes.
real quick. I wanted to say this on the last item on capital. The capital outlay sheet now is more transparent than it's ever been because of the scores. I'm going to say that right now because I want to thank Dr. Bob Smith, the former interim executive director, on his push to make that more transparent, as well as the post-approval monitoring report that will be presented on next. He is not here today, Dr. Smith, but his fingerprints are all over this commission meeting. I just want to take this moment to thank him. Thank you, Dr. Kamer.
Thank you, Dr. Gentile, and good afternoon, Chairwoman Scarlett, Commissioners. My name is Jacob Kamer, and I am THEC's Data Strategist. For your consideration today, I'll be presenting a recommended amendment to our financial and statistical reporting policies. And in your commission meeting materials, you should have both a red-lined copy and a clean copy of the amendment. In sum, the amendment clarifies language to better align policy with practice, and it establishes a data governance steering committee to standardize and to modernize our procedures relative to data, including our data collection, integration, analysis, and sharing. The policies with revisions are noted on the screen. Most significant revisions pertain to policies 30B and 30C. Revisions to 30B refine the language of that policy to better align the wording of the policy with the action that actually occurs. Revisions to policy 30C is that's actually a new provision that establishes a data governance steering committee. Data governance, of course, is the formalized process by which an organization makes decisions and enacts decisions about its data. The amendment also includes a number of minor revisions. These include to policy 30D to make reference to the data governance steering committee, and to policies 20 and 30G in which the term course is removed. That is not an indication that THEC will cease collecting course level information from institutions and systems, so we are actively reconsidering how we collect that information, but because course enrollment is a measure of enrollment and the policy already makes reference to enrollment data, we felt it to be somewhat redundant, hence our recommendation to streamline the wording of the policy. And that actually concludes my comments, but I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have about the amendment.
Any questions or comments? I do have a quick comment on the governance steering committee. I believe initially it was thought of to be primarily internal teams. I would make sure that it hope that you consider external advisors to be part of that as well, because I think sometimes you need to have people from the outside helping you think through, especially data governance.
That's absolutely correct, and that is something we are thinking of.
Okay. We have a motion on the table. Do we have a second? Madam Secretary?
Chairwoman Scarlett?
Aye.
Commissioner Allman? Commissioner Knight?
Aye.
Commissioner Coben? Commissioner Matlock?
Aye.
Commissioner Stafford? Commissioner Wharton?
Aye.
Secretary Hargett? Comptroller Mumpower?
Aye.
Chairwoman, you have 9 ayes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Dr. Julie Roberts to talk about post-approval monitoring report.
Thank you. We did have this conversation yesterday in the committee, and again, had some really great feedback from the committee members. I am going to run through the presentation that I did have for you yesterday for the full commission, and happy to entertain. Please interrupt me if you have any questions or if you just get really excited about post-approval monitoring. So we tried some new things, and I want to reiterate something Stephen just mentioned about the impact of Dr. Bob Smith. He helped me chair a task force, which I'm going to talk about in a minute, and got this work really moving. This was pretty quick. We started the task force earlier this year and have already did a pilot, so just really want to reiterate the impact that Dr. Smith's leadership has had on the team. So first of all, post-approval monitoring in the past, it's an annual overview of programs after they're approved by the commission, but before they go into our quality assurance funding formula, we have them in this post-approval monitoring period. And so as you can see, the timeframes for that is dependent on the type of degree. So for associate's degrees and certificates, that monitoring timeframe is 3 years, bachelor's and master's programs are 5, and doctoral programs are 7. Typically, how we measure the success of programs as they're in post-approval monitoring is based on if they've attained at least 80% of their enrollment and graduation projections that were established at the time of the establishment of the program. So if the campus projected that they would have 10 students the first year. They got at least 10 students, or at least 8 actually, because it's 80%, then that was a success. So we would require 4 different types of reports. Implementation, so that was a report just to check in on a program before they had enrollment. A standard report, which was the majority of them, which was the reporting on those enrollment and graduation projections. Ooh, that's a hard word today. Summative, that's in the last year of monitoring. We'd have a little bit more robust of a report from the campuses. And then we also have productivity monitoring. So once a campus got to summative, if they hadn't met those 80% benchmarks, we'd put them in productivity monitoring for 3 years. And again, looking at over that 3-year period if they were hitting those benchmarks. So that's how we have been doing it. As I mentioned a minute ago, we have put together a task force. On that task force were different representatives across most of our campuses, as well as UT System and TBR. And some of the folks that were on that task force are in the room today, and really want to publicly thank that group, because we really did a lot of work, and I think we landed on something pretty great. And so what we decided to try this year is to give campuses an option to either do the traditional report or try this different approach, which looks at really 4 buckets of areas and allows campuses to pick. So under each one, if you look in your materials, there's actually a blank template that we sent to the campuses, so you can see all of the different metrics that campuses have to choose from. But they had to do several items out of each of these 4 categories. The first one being programmatic alignment, and I just highlighted a couple for each one just for a point of reference today. So under that, and under both, we gave them both qualitative and quantitative metrics, because part of the conversation was programs are different. And what makes a program successful varies from program to program. And in the past, we've just looked at those metrics of enrollment and graduation. So we landed on these 4: programmatic alignment, student success and outcomes, program efficiency, and workforce alignment and demand. And again, you can see some of the options there. So as I said earlier, we did give campuses an option of either doing the traditional report or piloting our new metrics. We also tried something else different. We heard from our campus partners, you know, you have us report every year during monitoring, but can you give us a chance to get these programs up and running? So the other thing that we've piloted this year is we only required 2 types of reports. So we looked at those reports those programs that were at that summative point, so they're the last year of monitoring, and we also had those programs that were in productivity report. And one of the reasons why we selected all of the productivity reports is based on our traditional metrics. They haven't been able to show that they're viable, that they're successful. And so we thought, what a good group to pilot this with if we know that under the traditional metrics we're not seeing them coming out of these productivity monitoring, that kind of thing. So where that ended up was we had 39 programs in monitoring this cycle. 17 of them went with the pilot metrics, 22 went with traditional, and we also had 4 programs that decide to terminate. So you can see 2 at Cleveland State, 1 in fine arts, 1 in medical informatics, and then 2 at Columbia State, 1 civil and construction engineering technology, and fire science, and that's for different reasons. If you want to dig deeper, the report is in, I think you have a separate report, 155-page report I know you've all really dived into. So I wanted to highlight, because it's Austin Peay Day around here, I wanted to highlight a program that I thought was a really good illustration of why I think that this type of reporting can work. Austin Peay is in their 5th year of monitoring for aviation science, rotor wing of their Bachelor of Science. And so what I did was pull out at least one thing that they put in their report for each of our 4 buckets. Let me go. I haven't been following my notes. So first thing is they pointed to the uniqueness of the program as something embraced by the university. Additionally, the emphasis on the preparing helicopter pilots is something pretty unique, I think, to the student population at Austin Peay. Additionally, they reported 90% of their graduates are currently employed in the industry, and the last one is waiting on a contract. Now, there are 10 graduates, so the math here is pretty easy. So of those 10, only one is currently not employed in the industry but waiting on a contract. For program efficiency, they gave us their enrollment and graduation numbers, which I'm going to actually show you what that would look like on our traditional report next. They also provided a report, some information in a report by Boeing that predicts a shortage of 61,000 helicopter pilots worldwide as an indication of the future demand of their graduates. The other thing that I failed to mention earlier, under each of the 4 metrics that we let campuses report on, we give them an other as well. And the reason why we did that, one, my team really advocated for this and the task force agreed that it was a good idea. But what it does is, one, it helps us identify emerging types of things for especially innovative programs that may be a good indication of the health of that type of program. And in this case, Austin P chose to give us an other. And really what it talked about is the cohort sizes need to be small for this type of program. And you can read the justification there. But I thought that was a really valuable other piece of information of, hey, this program needs to stay this size. Now, if you compare that with what we traditionally would require, you can see for enrollment, they've exceeded their enrollment projections for this specific year, but actually came at only 40% of attainment, which if we use our traditional metrics, this would put this program in productivity monitoring. However, in evaluating the more robust report, it feels like there's this pretty significant case of why they should be going ahead and coming out of post-approval monitoring and into our more traditional quality assurance funding. So let me stop there really quickly. I'm going to give a little overview of our traditional reporting here in a second. But any thoughts or, yeah?
Dr. Roberts, I would say in this instance, the fact that they are vastly overshooting their enrollment goals, even though they are at a very low percentage, in fact, of graduation, that speaks to something good going on in that program. And sitting on this commission, that makes me want to turn the page and read more about it and find out what the background story is. And I've always felt like these numbers shouldn't be a black and white, hard, fast issue, but we do depend upon you all, your staff, and the campuses a lot to determine those nuances, because by the time it gets here, we kind of have to do something short and simple. But that tells me there's more going on here than the numbers would actually display.
Well, and I would say many thanks to the commission, and I look at specifically you, Commissioner Coben, and Commissioner Stafford, because you gave us some feedback around, and others, but just gave us some feedback about, hey, you guys are telling us this, and it's not giving us the full picture. We have worked, we had an audit of our post-approval monitoring, and so worked really close with our auditor, Doug Cullum, and he gave us some really good insights too from an outside, which I really appreciated, having an outside perspective of where things were confusing, you know, what, so anyway, I'll stop there because I know we're, but I appreciate the leadership and pushing us to say, why are we doing this? And so I'll stop.
And I don't know if you're going to talk about this or not, but some of the conversation we had yesterday in the committee was, what value does this provide in the ecosystem? We don't have the authority to close down programs, and we can look at, some of these have been on this approval monitoring for 10 years, 9 years, 11 years, 8 years, and so what's the purpose? Like, there's value in understanding some of this, and I think that was a bit of a broad conversation. I don't know that we have walked away with any answers, but it's something for you that you're going to go back and kind of ponder and think about and help us understand, what is the value? Why this is not by statute.
Nope.
This is a policy this commission set at some point or another. It's not necessary, but we do it so that why do we do it and what's the purpose? I think these are things we just need you to help us understand, and so that we can do what's right.
Yeah, and unless you guys want me to talk about traditional reporting, I'll quickly just go to next steps. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
I'll just say one thing, though. I do think that having transparency is important, and even though we may not have any authoritative power, I think it's beneficial for the colleges and universities to at least see the results, and hopefully that influences their actions as well.
And that was part of the conversation yesterday, is ETSU has a fantastic process in how they're evaluating, they do their own post-program analysis. And you'd hope that all the other institutions do that as well. In some cases, there have been, as I understand it, some requests where, maybe their trustees needed to see what THEC is looking at. And so I think there's just, what is the purpose? Like finding a reason why we're doing it. Agree, we want to see whether things are working or not, but do we need to duplicate efforts?
I think Mayor Wharton.
Mayor Wharton, would you like to say something?
Sure. Briefly, we had a very rigorous conversation on this yesterday, and the question arose over and over again, why are we doing this? As the official historian, I was here at the inception. It's hard for us to envision this at this time, but mission creep was killing us, not only in terms of program offerings, but everybody was locating campuses, and every old contaminated piece of property that somebody wanted to get rid of, that come in and give it to the state. And we had to do something to get our hands around who was doing what. It was the Wild West, laissez-faire, and we had none of the mechanisms now with respect to the formula. At that time, there was an incentive to just grow without regard to enrollment or whatever. This is a new day and a new time, so to the degree that we continue this, let's make sure that we do it through the lenses of what we need now. We didn't have LGIs back then at all, so I agree. We needed it 25, 30 years ago. I question whether we need it in its present form today.
Thank you. Dr. Roberts?
Thank you for that. And I do have some potential next steps on the screen, and so obviously I'm reporting it out today. I am planning to get the task force back together, get the gang back together, and talk about, some of them also were either authors of the pilot reports or coordinated the authorship, and so want to get an idea of what that was like from a campus perspective as well. One of the things we didn't do as we piloted this, we didn't create any type of evaluation criteria of, okay, you've told us you're doing these things, but is it good? How do we determine what good is? So thinking about that as far as the next step as well. If we continue, and I created this slide before yesterday's conversation. I think part of the conversation that also needs to happen is, do we need to have post-approval monitoring, especially as it stands currently, or is it something that we either eliminate or we consider a whole different approach? And so I think that's also part of the conversation that we need to continue to have. Whatever we decide, how do we connect it, right? These things are interconnected. If we change how we're evaluating the success of a program, that also needs to influence how we work with campuses as they're developing new programs. And then also all the way through our quality assurance funding, because that's where our mature programs are continuously evaluated after that point. So the other thing is, we do every 3 years, I'm sure we'll be talking about this as well, productivity monitoring, which is basically our low-performing programs. And so that report's slated for next year. So thinking about, as we're having this conversation about what makes viable programs, how does that affect how we also do that reporting, or should it? And so lots of conversations, lots of thoughts to be discussed. So with that, I'll stop there and see if you have any other questions. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we would like to welcome Dr. Michael Licari, President of Austin Peay University, to provide a system update.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak to you today. Thank you, Dr. Gentile, for the invitation, and also congratulations. I am Mike Licari. I'm honored to serve as Austin Peay State University's 11th president. I have been asked to make some comments regarding what Austin Peay is doing to align our efforts with workforce needs. And so I'll make some comments to that end. But first, I want to give you just a quick overview of Austin Peay State University. We are approaching our 100th anniversary in 2027. Founded as a normal school to train teachers back in 1927, we're proud of our history, but we've grown into a strong and innovative comprehensive university. Our academic programs are organized into 5 academic colleges: College of Education, College of Arts and Letters, College of Behavioral and Health Sciences, College of Business, and the College of Science, Technology, Engineering, and Math, STEM. We currently enroll about 10,000 students. More than half of our incoming class every year is low income, so they're Pell eligible. And a significant portion of our students are first in their family to go to college. And so as a result of this, we are proud to be fundamentally improving the lives of thousands of Tennesseans every year, helping them access careers and livelihoods that they may be at one point only dreamed of. So we're very, very proud of that. We take it very seriously. Another key component of our university is that 27% of our students have a military connection, so they're either actively serving, they're veterans, reservists, Guard members, or dependents. This makes us the state's largest provider of higher education to military students by far. We're strong academically, so we have all of those wonderful things to boast for, the Fulbrights that our students and faculty win, the performances that our faculty give in Carnegie Hall, the NSF grants that we have, the research that we're doing in conjunction with the U.S. Army at Fort Campbell. All of those things we're very, very proud of. Our ROTC program is one of the best in the nation, regularly qualifying for the Sandhurst Military Skills Challenge at West Point, and only the very, very top in the country ever get to participate in that, and we are regulars out at West Point. Regarding what we're doing to support workforce needs, I'm very, very proud to report that we have a wide variety of efforts to support and align with workforce needs. Clarksville is the fastest growing city in Tennessee. And since we are just 45 minutes from right here downtown Nashville, we're certainly part of the boom in the overall region. And to that end, we have a lot going on. The Professional and Workforce Development Center at Austin Peay offers non-credit courses and other certificates that lead directly to skills and credentials that lead directly into employment or help current employees advance in their careers. And so we offer certificates in medical assistantship, phlebotomy, EMT, other certs are available. We offer continuing education units for K-12 teachers. We also do things like teaching American Sign Language. And so that center is very vibrant. It's a critical component of the boom in Clarksville and Montgomery County, and we're very proud of its work. We do also collaborate directly with our local TCAT campus, the Dixon-Clarksville campus, and we open up our facilities and resources to the TCAT students at that campus. We also provide a lot of professional development for their faculty, and we've been successful in jointly securing a number of grants to improve student success both at the TCAT campus and on Austin Peay's campus. And this past year, we were actually acknowledged by TBR with the TBR award for that partnership. It's very deep and it's very strong. Austin Peay has advisory boards in each college that draws from industries and sectors that hire our graduates, and so the deans of each one of these 5 colleges are routinely quarterly informed by their industry partners. That helps us align our curriculum and our course offerings with what's needed out in the workforce. It helps us build relationships with employers that then establish clinical and practicum placements, internships, and other practical learning opportunities for our students before they get hired. Our academic colleges also engage in what I'm going to call sector-specific innovations. For example, the Grow Your Own Teacher Education program that was pioneered by our College of Education in partnership with the Clarksville-Montgomery County Schools has demonstrated really to the nation that the shortage of K-12 teachers in that sector can be addressed in a creative way, but also in a way that simultaneously improves the quality of instruction in our classrooms. Our College of Business has partnered with a local bank and the Tennessee Bankers Association to send students to the Tennessee Bankers Association School of Banking. That's something that usually you don't get to attend until after you've launched your banking career. So we're the first and the only one in the state to have this opportunity for our students. And another example is the innovation experience in the College of STEM. That college teams up with industry partners and sponsors to put together teams of students to engage in real-world problems that these industries have identified. They've ranged from improving the efficiency of tire production at the Hancock plant in town, recycling magnesium in industrial applications, better processes for cleaning filters, and improving the durability of production machinery in aluminum facilities. And so these are engineering students who get practical real-world experience. They've partnered up with a company in town to solve a problem that they're currently dealing with, so it's pretty cool. To deepen these relationships with industries and community leaders, we've launched the Austin P Leadership Exchange. The concept there is to invite leaders and decision makers by sector to campus to visit for an entire day, to learn about what we're doing on campus, to create conversations with them about how we can collaborate, to learn about what they need from us, and to explore ways that we can mutually benefit. We also ensure that Austin P is embedded in the economic development strategies of the community. I think earlier today there was a question about how we make sure that universities don't exist on some island all by themselves, not connected with what's going on around them. I sit on the Clarksville-Montgomery County Economic Development Council. I sit on their Industrial Development Board as well. This helps us align our efforts with what's on the horizon for our region. And, you know, for example, LG Chem announced the construction of a new electric vehicle battery plant in Clarksville. It's coming up, $3.2 billion plant or something like that. And the dean of the College of STEM is in South Korea right now with a team from our Industrial Development Board to go through, meet with all the LG Chem leadership to ensure that when they get that plant open, that we're ready to supply them with trained employees. So that's the level of collaboration that is happening. And then, you know, finally, another initiative that we just launched this past year, so this new set of freshmen that just came in this fall are part of the Austin P experience. It's a multifaceted project, but it includes grants so that when they become juniors and seniors, grants for each student to take advantage of outside the classroom learning experiences, such as working alongside a professor in a lab or on a research project, internships, study abroad, the like. We found that often for our students, money gets in the way of taking advantage of these kinds of opportunities. They're there, but they can't afford to take advantage of them because they need to work. They're working their part-time jobs or whatever. So we wanted to reduce that barrier, so we'll just hand them some assistance to tie them into something that is going to directly help them be prepared when they graduate to be successful in their jobs and in their careers. So we have a lot going on. I've just scratched the surface, but I could have talked for an hour instead of 10 minutes. But those are some of the things that we're trying to do in order to make sure that our curriculum, our classes, our thought process, and our collaborations are all aligned with what is needed in Clarksville, Montgomery County, Middle Tennessee, and really the whole state. So I appreciate the opportunity. Happy to answer any questions.
Mr. Licari, thank you so much for the presentation. You've been in your position now for a bit. What do you see as the biggest challenges that you need to address for the university going forward?
Well, I think, yeah, so in the 2.5 years that, or so that I've been in the position, you know, what I've seen is just trying to keep up with the expectations of the community, of business leaders and things like that, just to make sure that we're able to respond. And so in all of the work that's been done by the commission and the THEC staff in the last year or so, I've been very grateful to watch that happen because it'll help us become more responsive to what we're seeing going on and what we're able to put in place to serve the needs of our community as it grows. So I appreciate the help, I really do.
What, I love the challenge question. I'll talk about THEC a little bit. I know Austin P has a lot going on. In your engagement with THEC, what do you find most helpful, and what do you wish THEC was, how do you wish THEC was engaging with you in a different way?
Yeah, so what I find very helpful is data leveraging. There's a lot that we take advantage of, workforce reporting and all of those kind of things, for example, because we tie that directly into program development and our thoughts about what we need to be doing. You know, so there's a lot of good data. There's a lot of great support for the college-going efforts, right? We just had a big year. It was very successful in terms of turning the corner, getting that college-going rate back up, and other investments that you are spearheading to help students be able to afford to go to college. You know, we have a 10% increase, for example, in a number of students on campus using HOPE. And the improvements to that scholarship have also seen a 20% reduction of HOPE scholars in the amount of unmet need, right? So not only do we see a larger number of HOPE students on campus, those who are much more able to remain students at Austin Peay. And so those are the kinds of investments that probably don't get enough attention, right? The results of those kinds of things, the immediate results. And what that's going to mean for us is because there's less unmet need for those HOPE scholars, the retention rate's going to go up, right? And the graduation rate will go up. So those have been great. You've seen the announcement of the collaborative effort of all of the universities in the state to try to promote going to college. Those are the kinds of efforts we need to sustain. We really do. Because as you saw in the data earlier this afternoon, the college-going rate has started to tick back up, but we need to get back to where we were back in 2019, 2018.
Thank you very much. Any other questions, comments? Do you have any questions for us?
I'm good.
Thank you so much for being here. Very much appreciate it.
I appreciate it.
Next up is we have other business. Does anyone have any other business for the commission? I have one item. There's a desire to move the July meeting to August. Just throwing that out there, right to find a date. Besides that, we are adjourned.